Hello, all of you wonderful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Raw Zim, currently as Razor the Firedog, and we are doing DevTales today. We're going to be working on our SCAR system today for a bit. Talderius put out a survey, so we're going to go over the results of that and figure out where to go with the system from here. And yes, I know it's Beerus's birthday. Happy birthday, Beerus.
Happy birthday, Beerus.
You're a good Roomba. Alright, Talderius, where do you want to start?
Well, first we should probably just start by looking at the aggregate results of the form that I put out. There are 19 responses, which means that basically almost everyone responded.
Nice.
So, go ahead and click on responses on your side, and we'll go through the summary first. So, first question had 17 responses, which was it is currently difficult to deal meaningful damage to opponents. Majority were neutral. However, there was a slight lean towards agreement, which is actually I expected there to be a little bit more agreement, but
I did as well, honestly.
yeah. There'll be something that makes a lot more sense a little bit later on, but yeah, we can at least say that it definitely leans agreement, although not exactly very heavily. The current move EXP cap is difficult to work with, also with 17 responses. Leans disagreement, so people are generally not finding the move EXP cap difficult to work with, although this one is fairly split across the board.
Yeah.
So I think, given that we were planning on raising it like the slightest bit, that should probably like make basically everyone happy when it comes to that one. 10 XP would just probably, except for the one thing that I do want to keep in mind is that the person who said strongly agree might also be the person later on who said that they want EXP caps removed entirely, so we also might have to keep that in mind. Next question was move creation is confusing with 18 responses. Again, fairly split across the board, but leaning disagreement. So a bunch of people are not thinking that it's confusing, although it's fairly split across the board, and I kind of expected that one because, the rules for it are very deprecated.
We also haven't actually sat down and written out the rules for it, so
yeah.
I think that'll be solved once we do actually write that out.
Yeah, absolutely. Next up is moves are too expensive to purchase. Again, this is leaning disagree on moves are being too expensive to purchase, but not like extremely heavily. And it's pretty balanced at the wings, but there are a fair few amount of people that are currently finding it a bit too expensive. And I won't say that they're wrong that it is expensive, but I don't know about if it's too expensive, but that might be something that we look into a bit. It'll probably get a little bit cheaper, but yeah.
I've been thinking that especially with, needing to purchase skills and eventually feats and all that other stuff, yeah, they might be too expensive.
They might be. A fair portion of XP is going into moves. At least with like the people that I've talked to, a lot of the time it hovers between like 40 and 50% of XP going into moves, just to get their basic moves situated.
Yeah, we may want to adjust those.
Yeah. Next question was, move creation lets me make moves as I want them to be. Overwhelming agreement.
I am happy to see that.
Yep.
I know that when we were first going over this, there were concerns about it being too complex and people wouldn't like it, but I'm glad to see people are enjoying it.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all.
Overwhelming agreement on that. guidelines for move creation are easily understandable. It's pretty split, but then again, there aren't really that many guidelines currently, so.
Alt pal, I disagree. Maddie not cute.
Hold on. Mattio,
Yeah.
you are incredibly precious and adorable.
Shush.
Are you telling me what to do?
Maybe.
You are cute.
Mm.
Alright.
Maddie and Sim are both.
I can concede that I'm cute, if only we can also agree that Zim is cute.
I just did, old pal. Alright, so, moving on.
Yep. So it was guidelines for move creation are easily understandable. We don't particularly have many guidelines, but at least once people like start on it, they find it pretty understandable for what to do. At least fairly. There's no one result, so honestly, considering the almost complete lack of guidelines, I mean, I'm happy with that. Next thing is moves currently feel impactful in combat. A lot of ambivalence, but also a fair amount of agreement, which I think is very good.
I'll also say that with the ambivalence, most of our campaigns have had basically no combat, so it's kind of hard to judge that.
Yeah. Which is why I also threw in the next one, which is moves currently feel impactful narratively. There's one dissenter, but everyone else is ambivalent to positive.
Okay, cool.
Next one is, there should be more available restrictions and drawbacks for my moves to get discounts. Again, pretty ambivalent on that one, which is interesting with the next one in mind, but there is at least a little bit more agreement that there should be at least some more negatives that you should be able to purchase. However, this gets interesting when we look at the next question, which is move creation should include temporary negatives for a smaller discount. Example, -1 evasion for a single turn instead of it being a constant stat change. And the vast majority of people seem to think that move creation should include temporary negatives for a small discount.
Okay. Hey, Lightning. Hey, Achi.
Because it is such a, it is temporary, I'm thinking that, obviously the discount is also going to be very small, but
Oh, yeah.
I feel like this is at least, an option that people should have, and it seems like the responders, overwhelmingly agree. So this is definitely going to be something that we're going to have to talk about, but a lot of people seem to agree with this, so yeah. Next question was the rules on what attribute to use for what category of move is clear. Example, body for physical. Overwhelming agreement, although some people do find it confusing still.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yep. The next was the rules on what skill to use for what category of move is clear, e.g. for brawl for moves used in melee. Again, most people seem to think that it is pretty clear on which category to use, although it seems like skills are a fair bit more confusing than attributes on what they should be using.
My guess is that they may be struggling to figure out whether it is melee or ranged.
Yeah, maybe.
Based on what I've heard in games and such.
That's fair. But yeah, that's, it does seem like we'll need to do some shoring up of explaining what skills to use. At least, a little bit, because the majority, it's still majority agree, but it does have a noticeable downslide. Alright, so here's the one where we're going to have to do, the majority of our discussion. The next 3 questions. Which, funnily enough, everyone responded to these 3 questions, so we have 100% respond rate on these.
Oh boy.
Which is actually a good thing, because this was, like, one of the core things that we were going to be looking at. So, it is attributes should contribute to the damage of moves, expertise should contribute to the damage of moves, and skill should contribute to the damage of moves. This is where we're going to have to start going into more individual responses, but the vast majority of people, interestingly enough, agree that even though right now only skill should contribute to the damage of moves, that other things should as well. Which I think is interesting, considering the ambivalence on the question of it is currently difficult to deal meaningful damage to opponents.
My guess is that it can get a little confusing where everything else in the system is attribute, expertise, and skill. And then when it comes to damage, it's suddenly just skill and power.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that it may be that it's a little confusing with that.
Yeah, that is entirely fair. We're going to have to look into this a lot more, and this is where we're going to have to go to individual responses, because we need to look at, like, for example, if someone said yes for attributes, did they also say yes for expertise? Because what I'm thinking is that the majority of people were, like, pretty much everyone thinks that skill should contribute to the damage of moves, which is how it is right now. But I'm feeling like there's a couple of people that said both on attributes and expertise, and the rest are flip-flopping. That's what I'm thinking is probably happening. So I want to take a look at that in order to see if that is in fact the case, because if that is the case, obviously that makes things a little bit trickier on determining which one we go with. Because then we'd have it'd be pretty split.
Yeah.
But next we're getting into the extended response section. Some people ignored that I put out part of the thing saying that you don't have to actually put in a response to every single question, so they just put things like NA and no, but the other responses are generally pretty good. So first one, and this is for them having any specific feedback for moves and their effectiveness. Someone felt like moves damage wasn't high enough and was too expensive, as most of their XP went to moves and not improving skills. It also feels like most damage is chip damage on bosses, and that they have too high defense currently, but hitting has been a bit too easy. Which I think is interesting, because generally evasion and integrity are vaguely the same.
Yeah.
But it is, technically speaking, a double fail state, so... But I do think that's pretty interesting. Another person likes how type effectiveness remains easily understandable. And another person doubled down on wanting the idea of discounts due to penalties. But they do think that moves currently feel effective. That's about all for the first one. Next one is, do you have any specific feedback for move creation and costs? So, first person thinks that stage buffs are kind of silly right now. I'm not entirely sure what they're saying here, because isn't there an amplifier cost for higher stages? Like, it is staged in terms of cost.
Stage buffs seem kind of silly versus a move just having a higher cost. With some sort of amplifier cost for higher stages? Yeah, I'm confused on this one as well. Because, yeah, you are very much correct. Not that tab. Is it this one? It is this one. Yeah, we've got that already.
I think we should make it clear in that sort of case, which we were gonna have to do anyways. Yeah. But yeah, I think we just need to clear it up. So another one was I can't guess who this one is from.
I know, right? I saw
Yeah,
that and
completely.
was like, gee, I wonder who put that in.
Okay.
As far as that one goes, it's like, that is entirely up to the storyteller. It's not something that we are going to put into the system by itself.
Yeah, this is more of like a possibility for supplemental, like the supplement that eventually we'll be putting out, and obviously this is heavily up to the storyteller. So, like, I understand the feeling, but it's like, it's not exactly the most applicable right now. Next person said it would be nice to see duration specifics for additional effects, but if that's already there, ignore this. I know that our standard that we have and have told people is 5 rounds for things, but yeah, we do need to definitely explain it a lot better.
Yeah.
And list out which ones are duration and which ones are constant. Next person says, move creation and cost for basic moves and stat buffs are simple and somewhat easy to grasp. However, anything stronger later down the line seems like it easily be an EXP drain for a singular move. That seems strong or worthwhile for more stronger opponents or situations. Which I definitely understand. However, part of our design was for moves and move specialties and feats to take the stage later on for what you're spending your EXP on compared to skills, because getting a skill from 0 to 5 is only 75 EXP with no discounts.
Makes
Give
sense.
me a second. Artist replied to me, and I need to reply to him real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, shoot me a message when the Scardev stuff ends. I need
Will do.
to talk to my chat.
Okay.
No worries. Will do. Okay, we're good.
Alright.
So let's move back to that move creation and cost one.
Yeah. So move creation and cost for basic moves and stat buffs are simple and somewhat easy enough to grasp. However, anything stronger later down the line seems like it could easily be an EXP drain for a singular move. That seems strong or worthwhile for more stronger opponents or situations. Which I can definitely understand where they're coming from. However, I do remember when we were designing this, that late game, the big things about EXP was that it'd be more focused on your moves, specialties, and feats than it would your skills, because it only costs 75 XP to go from 0 in a skill to 5 dots in a skill, without any discounts whatsoever.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling about that? Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking on it.
Yeah, because I know that we do have a fair amount of things that are just like, this takes XP, and if you want it, you're just gonna have to spend XP, but hey, if you roleplay a bit, like, you could probably get a discount from your storyteller. But we do have a lot of things that are, like, pretty EXP heavy.
Yeah, we definitely do. I feel like we could tone some of them down.
Yeah.
Or either that or add in some other things like, well, for example, the area of effect, that sphere probably could have, like, shape cost and then a separate cost for increasing how big that shape is.
Yeah.
Because, 30 XP for 5 feet of radius it feels a bit much to me.
Yeah. That's fair. But that's also because, like, every single time, like, you make it, like, more than doubles in affected size. But yeah.
Yeah.
So I definitely get what you're saying with that. We'll definitely there's definitely places where we could tone it down, especially considering, we're probably going to be reducing costs slightly in key places anyways, so. But yeah, I think we'll definitely have to keep this one in mind because they are big EXP sinks. However, there are supposed to be, like, EXP sinks that you pay for over time instead of lump sum all at once.
Yes.
Because, like, you could go, hey, I got 10 free XP, I'll just improve this move a little bit right now.
Yeah. I definitely think that explaining that you can put in, XP over time would be helpful. Because that does seem to be something from actually playing the games and such and explaining it that has been a little confusing.
Yeah. Alright, next person says, more clearly outlined guidelines would be helpful. However, EXP costs are fairly high in many places. However, a clearly written rule set and maybe a shorthand guide to statuses would be a huge boon. Absolutely. I mean, we need to update statuses. That's going to be another thing on our shopping block. It's been there for a while, but still. We'll definitely have to actually make, like, a good, clearly written rule set and also a guide to statuses, but...
Yeah. Hey, Carcerus. And yeah, I love the idea of building a move over time. It's been, for me at least, a lot of fun. It's like, hey, I got a little extra XP, let's throw it into Eyelid Darkness or something like that.
Yeah, like, you could look at, like, the fact you got 15 XP that you got over the past couple sessions and just go, you know what, I think that I want this move to be better. I'm gonna go ahead and... Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say that, honestly, I personally really like it, the way it is.
Yeah.
The concept.
Yeah, because incremental improvement feels really nice. I mean, obviously the effects aren't noticed as much, but, like, the incremental improvement definitely feels really nice. Like, whenever you look at your sheet and you realize, oh, hey, I've actually, like, this move is actually pretty strong now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you just throw XP in it every once in a while. Alright. Next person basically just says that it's very deprecated over time, but move creation is very good.
Yeah, that's... yeah.
Yep. Next person says, table is too confusing, and the effects like Fury and Clear Field effects should have a nearby tab to explain their effects, because it has lower readability right now. Absolutely agree. Like, basically all this, we definitely need to actually, like, properly explain things.
Yeah.
Another person just ignoring that they could just not put an answer. Possibly the ability to strengthen the same move in different ways, like for multiple uses, RP rewards, and again, discount due to penalties for a move sounds nice.
Rank up.
One sec.
Hold the line. This hamlet shall not fall.
Chrysov's raided my stream with 6 viewers.
Chrysovos, thank you so much for that raid. How was your stream? I hope you had a great time. Thank you so much for bringing your community in and sharing it with me. I really appreciate that.
Maybe we can scan someone over here, so we might want to like sneak in and then.
I suppose I should probably do a shout out. What were you up to, anyways? Oh, you were doing some art. You better share that art. I want to see what it was.
Ooh. Was Jean Beerus? Ooh.
Ah, you're drawing Beerus. Very nice.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
I do.
Also, I really like how you could just tell it's a Rex from how he types.
Definitely so.
You could just tell.
Alright, let me bring this up on stream. Chris Offs.
It's okay. I remember it like the back of my hand. Forgive me.
This one. Oh, just because I like this fan art. Oh, why is it not? Oh, right. Gotta put it up here. There we go. Whoosh.
You can tell.
Wish.
And then there's this one from Chris Offs.
What? Happy birthday, beer. Yee.
Neat.
Though I gotta say, that's a very weird way to draw a Roomba.
Muff.
Alright, let's get back to this.
Yep. All right. So I know we do already have a cost in there for a move gaining power for multiple uses, but I don't think that's what he means.
So, with that one, I know that I was listening to him fill out this form. He's referring to kind of like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, where the more you use it, the stronger the move gets.
Oh, the progression, move progression.
I told him that no, we're not going to do that because that's a lot of stuff to keep track of.
Yeah, and it's you saying it. You're the one that was championing the idea of it at the beginning.
At the beginning, I was,
Yeah.
and then it's like, yeah, maybe no.
You know what? Maybe you got a point on it being a lot of bookkeeping.
That is something that we'll put a note in with the storyteller discount section, but yeah, it's not something that's going to be built in. That'll be up to the storyteller to apply.
That's probably for the.
Yep. Yeah. All right. So, next question was, do you have any specific feedback for things you would like to see in move creation? First person says, most everything makes sense, but would like a better description and cost for learning Fury moves like Fury Cutter or Bone Rush. Makes sense. We're definitely going to be putting in better descriptions and all that. Next person says, a section at the bottom with explanation for things like Fury, the difference between range and reach, and how storyteller discounts do not contribute to the max XP a move can contain.
Storyteller discounts do contribute to the max XP a move can contain.
Oh, well, we actually went over this in voice a while ago where it didn't.
I was leaning towards it does, because... Or I think it was more up to the storytellers what we settled on.
Yeah,
but...
it was up to the storyteller, but it was like, you know.
But yeah, we'll put in a section about storyteller discounts.
Yeah. Next is potentially dual type moves. I don't particularly see us doing that.
Hey there, Era. Good to see you.
Hey, Era. Yeah, I don't really feel like we should open up the can of worms of dual type moves.
Hey,
I will say, dual type moves is something that I've kind of wanted to include, but at the same time, that is a can of worms that would be so incredibly convoluted to deal with.
Yeah, which is why I'm personally against it. What I will say is that we could probably use our system for things like, combining a move and a weapon attack. Like the system we came up with for that, for like, because it basically acts like a combo that combines the two things together. So if you want a dual type move, I feel like we could probably like expand that system to also include like fusing moves together.
Yeah.
And other like, weapon attacks and the like, but yeah. So I think that could be a way that we obtain dual type moves, but I don't think that we should have it be like a purchasable thing. Especially because then if we do allow them to, merge moves together, then what we're going to end up having is like moves that have 4 types going into it from one person.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit worrying.
Yeah. I think, like you said, expanding the self-combo system, like what we're planning for weapons and moves to be combined would be the better option.
Yeah. I think that that's probably the route that we could take to, like, get this sort of effect without actually having to open up the can of worms.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah. Next one was, I think I'd like to see more self-damaging effects added as a detriment, since all we have right now is self-KO. I mean, I like the idea of it. I do really, like, from the beginning, I've wanted self-damaging effects. We just didn't have enough, like, real data or feel for balancing it. So, but I do want to actually put those in.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Excuse me, I agree.
Yeah, I think we have enough now that we can actually do that.
I think that was actually my response.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, no, this was something that I wanted to put in from the start, but it was just we were scrambling to get like anything together, and it was too complicated to balance. So we just went, you know what? We're just leaving it out for now.
Makes sense to me.
Yep. A clear guide layout, core move mechanics separated from bonus effects. Yeah, I feel that. That makes sense.
Which, I gotta say, we basically already have that.
Yeah, but it's not very clear. It's not a good layout.
No, it's
It was
not.
more of a layout that we just kind of threw together because it worked, and it was kind of similar to what Orem had when he put it together. So, it's definitely not a good layout, but we did have the intention of doing that.
Hey there, Merle.
Hey, Merle. Obviously, we already talked about the whole fusing and combining moves. But
Yeah, but that adds in more credit to having something with that, though. You know, we
Yeah.
got at least 2 people that are asking for it instead of just 1.
yeah. Oh, no, I'm just saying so that way I did want to mention it, but I didn't, it would just be rehashing the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
So the next thing is, do you have any specific feedback for things you would not like to see in move creation? One person says that they think most people focus too much on improving 1 or 2 moves and not getting more variety in moves, and this should be tweaked to encourage having more variety. I definitely see their point. However, one thing to keep in mind, I think, at least right now, is that everything is like early to early mid-game enough that honestly, like, you can only really afford to have 1 or 2 good moves, and the rest come later when you hit the EXP cap on the moves that you have and you want to get another thing, so then you have to start building up another move. I feel like...
One sec. Era, you are very much welcome to jump into voice. I would love your feedback on some of this as well.
Yep.
We are going to be moving into individual responses here soonish, so having your feedback on that would be good as well.
Yep.
Come on in.
Just aggregate is good, but also being able to see individuals is good. Which is why I made sure that it was all set up to be completely anonymous. Although, some people kind of like dox themselves slightly.
Yeah.
But that's up to them.
Gee, I wonder who was asking about Aurasphere.
Strange. All right. But yeah, I definitely think that the move variety thing is something that gets fixed over time as you're basically incapable of putting more XP into a thing. And then so, like, because, the EXP cap raise only happens every 5 attribute points. So, like, someone's going to probably, like, once they get to their new cap, they're going to improve all their moves over, like, the first, like, 2 attributes, and then after that, they have the next 3 attribute point gains to go, where they're at EXP cap on their moves, so that's probably where they'll start building up more variety. Eric, yeah, I definitely agree that move pools are reliant on bonus XP and costs. The thing is, though, that we can't... Like, we've put in encouragement for giving out bonus XP and costs, like, so many times in the document.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't do much more beyond just being like, okay, instead of bonus XP, you get 10 XP per session.
Yeah,
which I don't
we could
really
do.
We could, but
we-
I don't really want to.
I think one thing that we should do is encourage people to, like when they're running to actually, because I know one of the things that we did because we knew that it was going to be like fairly EXP heavy, is things like bonus objectives and giving out XP for bonus objectives as well.
Yeah,
And I don't know if we've even gotten one of those yet. So
we have not.
all right.
And that's kind of like, unfortunately,
Yeah.
that's on the storytellers to remember that, and I have to hound Kerr, and like Enja hasn't even been given any out either.
Yeah. Then again, we haven't really been completing too many like actual objectives in Lost in Chaos right now, so
Yeah.
In Lost in Chaos, I think it's less wanting to give out XP. It's more like the plot has kind of been faffing about a little.
Yeah. So, like, I will say that, like, to be fair to Digi on that one,
Yeah, actually, you're right, because he has at least given them out when we've completed dungeons and stuff before. So
Yeah.
I would never ever.
There we
I would
go.
never. I would never ever gonna go into a dungeon again. It doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like it's gonna be anytime soon. Also, hi, Era.
Hello.
Higher.
There is a suggestion that I could put out there that was something that was typically done. I've had a few GMs in the past do, as far as bonus experience, which was end of session group discussion. The GMs would say, hey, what are things that we think that we deserve bonus experience for? And players would argue points for other players to gain bonus experience or the group to get bonus experience. We could always make that as a suggestion.
I like that idea. I definitely don't want it to be a, this player should get bonus XP for this, because I personally have a very strong push towards equality, and so I don't want one player to get bonus XP versus another.
Yeah, it'd be a discussion for the group in this particular case.
Yeah.
That was a house rule that one of the GMs I played with once had, and it was a rule that you never argued for XP for yourself, and it was to encourage people to compliment each other.
I like that idea. It would be for the group. Like, we could have it set up where, I think this person should get some bonus XP, and then put it all together and then divide it out or something like that.
Yeah, just as a minor suggestion, as something to encourage more bonus experience. And it was only usually 1 to 3 experience per game, but
Yeah. But even if it's just like, 1 or 2 people gets a 5 bonus XP thing, then that adds up for the entire group getting that, and then, it'll actually result in people getting a good amount of bonus XP.
yeah. Just as a suggestion, the GM that I was playing under did indeed have a master list of things that people could suggest things. And I did do it in one of my campaigns for a while for rerolls, but it got a little daunting to handle between all the stuff I do.
Makes sense.
Yeah, we could definitely put it in a system like that.
Yeah.
I just don't want individual XP because it just... I know I've played in campaigns where they did that before, where, hey, you broke into this house as a rogue and now you're getting 200 bonus XP, and it's like, oh, and what can I do as my, my character? And yeah, it's not a good feeling.
It's understandable to do group wise. It was just something that I got reminded of.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
It's definitely a good idea.
I'm gonna go feed my cat like I was about to do before I hopped in the call.
All right.
Okay, well, you're welcome to stay in the call and keep listening.
I will be.
Pop in with whatever feedback you've got.
All right. So, but yeah, I do think that EXP costs are like fairly heavy right now, but it is just also because haven't been getting the amount of XP that we should have.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I will say that like for Digi's thing, he has actually been like giving them out like when we're supposed to get them. It's just more,
So, Carcerus, I will say that the original version of the move costs, which I don't know if it... I think it's... Okay, it is under old. As you can see, I did actually have, it wasn't just increments of 5. Like at the beginning, originally I had it where 1 to 4 power for each power would be 4 XP. Then it goes up to 5 for 5 to 8, 6 for 9 to 12 power, etc., etc. I do personally kind of want to go back to that, but at the same time, I know that it is easier to calculate when it's increments of 5.
Especially considering that we only really get XP in increments of 5.
I will say on that front, while we get 5 XP per session, in the Storyteller's Manuscript, I have written in suggestions for XP, for bonus experience in particular. This is page 88. Where it can be 6 to 7 XP per expected session, 4 to 5 per side objective. And so I do have rules in here for not just 5, 5, 5, 5.
Oh, okay.
Just nobody's been using it.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, because, we also haven't been doing side objectives.
Well, that as well, but also just the, for completing a mission or such, a story or beat or such.
Yeah. The one thing that I do want to think about in regards to that is someone getting, for example, being at, 46 out of 50 XP in a move, and there's, nothing good that they could really throw in at 4 XP.
I mean, you can save XP, so it's not like it's going anywhere.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm just saying, that's generally, a feels bad thing.
Yeah. It feels weird. Still, when it comes to those bonus XP things, that could also be an opening for players to also discuss getting stat points and expertise points. So, we could restrict it to multiples of 5, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's just... right now I'm just talking about, the actual, move cost portion of it.
Yeah.
Because it feels really bad to have, an idea for the move, and so you're at, a 46 out of 50, but, it feels bad because, you could technically make it stronger, but...
Because of the XP cap for attributes.
Yeah.
So it's just that's sort of a thing that I want to be careful about. I'm not saying it's a deal breaker, it's just something that I want to make sure that we're keeping in mind.
Well, I mean, even though they can give out non-increments of 5 for XP, I think keeping it in multiples of 5 does make things easier overall for everybody involved.
Yeah,
At least for what you spend.
Yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and go to the next response, which is something that I agree with. It was just more that we did this in response to something else, where they said, I would like for nothing that will lower difficulty to be purchasable. Late game with so many dice that will start getting ridiculous.
We already have that, as far as I'm aware.
At least 30?
No, this is for not C.
Yeah, that's what I mean, I don't think we have anything for lowering difficulty, do we?
No, we do. We do.
What do we have?
Under stat changes and field effects.
The regular portal.
Oh, yeah. I know we've got crit chance, which I see difficulty.
Yeah, which you also... The reason that it's written like that is because in the rules, if you get a crit increase, you can also spend that quote-unquote crit increase to decrease your difficulty instead.
So leave in just the crit increase?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it's written like that because, that is an actual thing that we have. Which I definitely agree with. It was, the reason that we put it there was because we had increased damage difficulty of a type, so that way there'd be things like Mud Sport or whatever. But we didn't want people to do, the most unfun thing ever known as stall pillow fort builds.
Oh, but Sand Attack.
Well, okay, shut up, Justy.
Sand Attack. Justy.
Okay, but we didn't want people to, make moves where it's increased damage difficulty of a type, and then like just straight up pillow fort themselves with stall tactics and make it so no one can deal damage with anything.
There's a reason why evasion is bad in competitive Pokemon at times.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's that's why we had it in the first place. I definitely agree with getting rid of both of them. I'm perfectly fine. Thanos snapping increased damage difficulty and lower damage difficulty.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right. And then a bunch of people just giving non-answers, and then someone saying XP caps. So they don't want XP caps to be in move creation. I understand that XP caps can be frustrating, but there is a very good reason we have them.
Yeah, that is kind of our means of making sure things don't get ridiculous. Because if you dump all of your XP into a move, you're going to have an insane move that is impossible for the storyteller to balance for. Not to mention, it also is kind of our way of encouraging people to get more moves rather than just dumping everything into one.
Yeah, or getting stuff in skills and taking a break from increasing their moves because it's like, the limits. But yeah, no, it's like if we didn't have XP caps, everyone would just dump all their XP into a single move and it'd turn into Trogdor Smash. Everyone raise your initiative scores as high as you can, please. Go, go, go. First person to attack wins. Also,
I'm more.
hard limit.
I was more expanding on why we're not going to listen to that particular line of feedback because, if they do watch this, they understand.
Oh, yeah, no. It's not like making fun of it. It's just more like, this is the reason why. And it's just more rehashing because when we were initially discussing on whether or not to have one, I was just like, oh, yeah, we need one. We need one so hard.
Yeah.
We need one so hard. All right. And then someone said a hard limit to how many moves you can have or how a move works. Yeah, I don't think we're going to ever hard limit how many moves you can have.
Nope.
And
Though I'm a bit confused of how a move works part.
I think they're saying. I think Rex was saying to not put in anything that says a move.
No, this was not
work
Rex. This was completely anonymous person that we do not know.
Okay, fine. The completely anonymous person, I think they were saying that they don't want there to be any hard rules saying a move cannot work this way.
Okay, yeah.
That would be a discussion between GM and player.
Yeah, which is why we're not going to put anything in for that. Like, we already technically have that, which is, like, the storyteller has the right to basically go, hey, look, I'm not going to let you make this. This is kind of a bit of a thing, or going, oh, hey, I want it to work this way. Then the storyteller goes yay or nay. Like, that is on the storyteller's side. That's a player storyteller discussion, not something we're ever going to put into actual rules. Next thing was, do you have any general feedback about the system you would like to include? Someone says they enjoy playing around with it. Someone said their only issues was on a campaign, so they were passing. I mean, okay. Another person says the system as of right now is understandable if someone understands if someone explains the basics. Once the basics are understood, everything else becomes easy to figure out with minimal to no explanation. All right, I feel like that's a good thing. I honestly really like the way the move is right now. I think I would enjoy just seeing more options being added to it. Someone else says, just a passing thought, what about attribute contributing to damage, expertise influencing the bonus effects, and skills as is now affecting accuracy? Which, I understand what they're saying, but it's weird because skills currently don't just affect accuracy.
Well, I think what they're referring to is attributes contribute to damage, expertise handles the bonus effects, and then skills only do accuracy.
All right. This person probably put like yes for attributes and expertise and was one of the people who put a 3 on skills. Just
Hey,
thinking
Kenku.
about it.
Hey, Sky.
Hello.
Hello.
Is definitely an option to keep in mind though. And then another completely anonymous message who I have no clue who sent it. No clue who could have possibly wrote this. Any of you have any ideas?
Not at all.
No, definitely not.
Yep. Also, 100% unanimous response of yes to them wanting to see more forums and questionnaires like this as our method of obtaining feedback. So I guess we know how we're going to be obtaining feedback in the future.
Yeah.
Literally everyone wants it to be like this.
Sweet. Hey, Spooky.
They are growing in.
I will say that that last one on general feedback about the system is literally what I've already been doing.
Yeah, I know.
Like every
I
single
know.
section,
Here's the thing.
I've got, things that are different colors, some stuff that's bolded, that are, very
You literally color code it according to what chapter section it is and what the color of that chapter is.
Indeed.
that as well. It's like, and then I color code to the chapter for.
Yep.
It can be especially helpful at the start of a session to set the mood and scene. I'm just in the storyteller section right now, but that's what I've been doing throughout the entire doc. Is highlighting important parts of each section, so you can literally just be like, okay, specialties. Specialties grant bonuses to your skills. Specialties are tied to specific skills, used with some other skills. Important to note that what skill the specialty is tied to. You can skip a lot of the fluff in there, the details, and just go straight to what's most important.
Hi, Digi.
Careful.
Oh, hey, Digi.
Hello, I'm here.
Hello,
I'm a
Enja.
short one storyteller, and that's it.
Quick, someone go grab Kerr. I don't think we're getting them, but we could have the full list of current Scar storytellers.
Technically, I'm not using Scar yet.
Well, yeah, but I run a Scar game. Digi runs a Scar game, and Kerr is currently running 2. So.
E.
And you have been helping with it, so.
I
Even if you're not
hear
using
we
it.
were going. Here we were going over the survey responses, and I was curious.
Yes. We're about to move over to individual responses and looking what people put like all together. The reason that we're doing that is for sections where it's like, important to see if they put like, instead of just the aggregate, looking to see what like individual people are like saying.
Okay.
So it's like important to know that if someone finds like the current move XP cap difficult to work with and also thinks that they're too expensive to purchase.
Okay.
So it's important to like, check all that to make sure that like questions that are like sort of similar to one another are leaning one way or another.
Fair enough.
But yeah. So the way we get to this is we just go to the top and click individual, and then it'll default to the first response out of 19. So the
Girl,
first
further?
person.
Oh,
Go
never
ahead.
mind.
Go ahead.
The stream froze for me.
Oh.
I was like, oh, you got to scroll up a little bit more. No, it was just frozen. Then it started playing again.
Yeah. All right. So this person thought that it is. They were ambivalent on if it was currently difficult to deal meaningful damage to opponents. The current move XP cap is difficult to work with. They thought so. Move creation is neither confusing nor clear to them. Moves are too expensive to purchase. They also thought that they were too expensive to purchase. However, they do think that move creation does let them make the moves as they want them to be. Guideline for move creation. Oh, good.
I was gonna say that's kind of mixed signals.
Well, no, they do think that it's too expensive and that it's difficult to work with, but that the rules for move creation can make them, like, make it
Yeah.
how it should be.
Yeah, the pieces are there. They just cost more than they are wanting.
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah.
They believe that moves are neither very impactful or not very impactful in combat. However, they do find them impactful narratively. They don't think that there should be more available restrictions or drawbacks to get discounts, but they heavily believe in temporary negatives for smaller discounts. They think that the
real quick.
rules...
Zolette, hello there. We're going over we put out a survey for the players and such, and that's what we're going over now.
Yep. They thought that the rules for which attribute and skill to use on moves were very clear. They put 5s on both of those. Then the next 3 are important. They strongly agree that attributes should contribute to moves, and fairly agree that expertise and skill should also contribute. Which is interesting because at the top, they didn't think it was particularly difficult to deal meaningful damage to opponents. But they want a lot of things to contribute to damage now. So I do think that that's interesting.
Yeah, it's just gonna be hard to balance. Because it's like, we could... the reason why we didn't include attributes and expertise and damage is because the moves have their own power. Yeah. And so it's like trying to keep that power of a move from overwhelming the evasion and integrity so much is... it's a difficult balance to achieve, because because right now we've got 5 up to 5 plus whatever the power of the move is, which technically is as much as a storyteller will let you. I mean, there are caps on there, but then, and that goes against the evasion, which is half of attribute, expertise, and skill.
Yeah.
Which currently has a maximum of, that would be 10.
Yep. Before any sort of specialties are taken into effect.
Well, yeah, but outside of things like that, just looking at the dots, you've got a max of 10 for evasion and integrity, outside of armor and whatnot.
And another thing to keep in mind is that if you have multiple specialties that apply to an attack, you get all the specialties.
If they stack. I do still suggest that maybe we choose one of these things and apply them as static damage and just roll power.
Yeah, well,
it would push the average up a little bit, and it would also make things feel more meaningful.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I want to be careful of when it comes to that is that, first off, it will push the average up on difficulty 7. However, it'll also push the average down on difficulty 6 and 5.
A little bit, but static damage would make sure that we never end up in a situation where we're doing a 0 damage roll.
Well, the static damage, technically speaking, with how the system functions, would just mean that you'd be almost guaranteed to do chip damage. I mean, it would add on like a little bit extra to it, but technically speaking, this wouldn't really like be the make or break. It would just sort of make it so that way if you hit, you are more and more likely to make get chip damage.
But either way, what I was talking about there, even at character creation, you can have more dice than the maximum end game evasion and integrity. Granted, that is statistically you're not going to wind up rolling higher than 10. But it is still that concern to keep in mind of, you need 5 power for the move, which is very easy to get, and boom, you got your skill at 5, you got your power at 5, and you're doing 10 power of damage. And if we add
you're
in...
rolling. The thing to be
Yeah.
careful about that is the expected value of each dice, which I know you hate hearing that word, but the thing is that at difficulty 7, each dice is worth 0.44 repeating. And so that means that, technically speaking, take that 10 times it by 0.44 repeating, and that's the expected damage that those dice will do at difficulty 7.
Yeah.
Which, technically speaking, the current problem that we have is that because the defensive stats are static, they scale at a rate of 0.5. And on difficulty 7, which is where we're trying to balance around, it scales at 0.44 repeating, which means that, technically speaking, it's about 12.5% more powerful to buy a defensive stat in terms of the expected value at difficulty 7. However, once it swaps over to difficulty 6, then the offensive stats are more powerful.
But what I'm getting at here is, if we include attributes and or expertises into the damage, we are then talking about we're then talking about a situation of up to 15 extra dice being added to power.
Yeah. So I definitely think it's going to, at most, it's going to be one or the other getting added in. We're definitely not going to be adding in both. That would be far too much.
No, both would be too much.
Yeah. So the thing is that, at least with what I'm thinking, is, like, there are ways that we can make it work. One of which is obviously the expertise just gets added to the dice you roll, or it could be like flat damage. But the thing about it is that I also want to make it so that way people are encouraged to actually, like, build up more than one expertise. Because if expertise is directly tied to your damage, then people are even more, because they're already... Your defensive stats are based off of your highest expertise, and so if your offensive stats are also based off of your highest expertise that you can use, I mean... It sort of feels like we'd be encouraging people to just jam up one expertise to 5 and then actually go around and fix up the rest of their expertise. So I'll say with that, I definitely am leaning away from it being expertise.
The only problem with the attributes is you get a lot more, or that has a higher threshold.
Yeah, which we could have it. We could always do the thing where we just divide it by 2 and that's how many dice we add in, and it's effectively the same, but also don't know how I feel about that because, well, obviously, it means that, like, for example, for Shade and Last Hope, he has a body score of 6 because he hard jammed body and ignored basically everything else. So this means that he'd just make a physical move and it would deal an insane amount of damage compared to where it should be, because of it would then have on 3 extra bonus dice, so he'd be an attribute 13 character rolling 15 damage dice if he hits. Which is obviously a fucking lot. So I'm also not quite sure about the whole attribute thing, but I feel like we definitely need to add more damage in somewhere to make up for the current disparity between damage and defense. So what are you guys feeling about that?
Well, certainly early game it's quite the issue, but early game is also early game. Not quite sure how to go about fixing that without impacting powerfully late game.
Yeah. So, but I am definitely leaning attributes more than expertise. I feel like expertise, we'd be encouraging people to raise up a single expertise a bit too much.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm getting yelled for.
Hold on.
As suddenly everybody has to run.
Sorry, my cat was trying to get to my snake,
No.
so I had to go pull her down or pull him down. Yeah, the damage thing is a little bit on the difficult end. I don't think expertise is the greatest idea as well. Especially the way that I see expertise being more of a mannerism in which you do things versus an actual effect.
Correct.
Yeah, that I agree there.
I worry about the stats at the same time though, because once again those get a little bit higher. So we could do the divide by 2, but I still want to also push or nudge the bell curve up somehow without messing up late game. So it's kind of a tricky spot specifically.
Yeah, it's like I both do and don't want to include attributes and expertise. I guess an alternative option would be, instead of dividing defensive stats by 2, we just don't do that. But I worry that would throw out the balance too much as well.
It could, and you're going to hate the answer to that.
Go ahead.
Math.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, because it also really depends on where we think most of the campaigns are going to take most of their place in. Are we planning this game system to be early game supposed to be weak and you're supposed to feel pathetic, and then you get to mid game and that's your normal, and then high or end game you're supposed to feel super powerful? Or what is our curve of or expectation for a game? Because I know with a lot of tabletops like Pathfinder or what have you, early game, the first 4 levels are kind of eh. Then you hit 4th level and you hit your mid game, and it starts to get really good. You hit 10th level, which is the end of the mid game, and by the time you're level 13 or 14, you're starting to push into I can do ridiculous stuff. So where do we want the easiest, or how do we want that to go?
So I don't want a situation like D&D where a lot of campaigns... I have played in so many campaigns where they just skip the first 2 levels. There are so many campaigns where they're just like, yeah, we're just going to start you at level 3 or 4 or 5.
Yeah, I generally do that.
I don't want to have a situation like that. And obviously with this system we don't have levels, so, you know, there's that as well, but I would like them to feel decent at character creation.
I murdered some books.
One thing we could do is, you said there's a +2 to defensive stats. We could, based on how many dots you have, and then give the bonuses as levels ups happen. So early game, there is no defensive bonus point. After 10 dots, there's 1 bonus point, and then after
What
20
do you mean by bonus points?
Well, you said that defensive stats were boosted by 2, right?
No, they are divided by 2.
Oh, never mind. I misheard that entirely. Never mind. Cancel that.
Yeah, right now it's a static number. So originally with the system, we had it roll versus roll. You know, you roll accuracy, they roll evasion. You roll power, they roll integrity. We found that bogged down combat way too much. So we switched to the more standard of, static number for defenses. But we divided the amount that you have by 2 in order to keep things more balanced.
Yeah, it's an awkward position. Gotta love cats, right?
Sorry about that. What'd I miss?
Not a whole lot. We were just kind of ruminating over things. The main thing is possibly including attributes or expertises in power, but doing away with the divide by 2 for defensive stats.
Oh, my bag just got full.
Which I'm worried that would throw things out of whack a little too much, but maybe it wouldn't, or...
I have checked that in the past. Yeah, so one of the big things to remember is that based on our current difficulty, every single defensive stat by base scales a little bit better at difficulty 7. So if we increase both of them, defensive stats are just going to scale even more.
However, defense stats do have a bit of a hard cap, whereas damage does not.
That is true, but if we don't divide by 2, every single damage dice has a value of 0.44 repeating, and so if we make it so that way defensive stats scale at a rate of 1, every single defensive stat purchase is worth 2.25 of an offensive dice at difficulty 7. So it would be worth 2.25 damage dice every single defensive stat if we do that. So I would heavily caution against that.
Alright. I'd say we finish going through these individual responses and then revisit this subject.
Alright. Yeah, that's going to be the main point of going through this these individual responses. Mostly looking at the EXP costs and then the damage thing. So, number 2 thinks that it's not difficult to deal meaningful damage, but does find the EXP cap difficult to work with, and also thinks that they are not too expensive to purchase. That's an interesting combination. So they find the current move cap difficult to work with, but don't think it's too expensive. So I guess they feel limited.
Yeah,
By the
limited
EXP
on.
cap.
Yeah.
She's not anymore.
All right. After that, they feel it's another 3 and 4 for combat and narrative impact. They want temporary negatives for smaller discount. They think attribute and skill are pretty clear on which to use, and they are a bit against attributes and expertise contributing to damage to moves, but not like strongly, just more like don't want that. But they do think that skill should continue contributing to damage of moves. So overall, this one it's not difficult to deal damage. The EXP cap is a bit difficult to work with. Maybe for the what's the word for it? For having to like notate it and all that and keep track of it, which is I'm gonna be putting something onto the sheet with a 0.1 version, but yeah. Yeah, so I think this is fairly reasonable overall. With this one, we definitely have to do something to increase damage somehow if we don't go with attributes and expertise. Could go with a harder scaling damage cap. Like, let it be higher, but, Overall, I think this is an interesting response. What about you?
Yeah.
Alright. So, number 3 thinks that it is difficult to deal meaningful damage with a response of 4. Doesn't find the EXP cap difficult to work with. And strongly thinks that moves are too expensive to purchase, but does think move creation does let them make moves as they want them to be. 3s for combat and narrative impact. Also agrees a bit on temporary negatives. Finds the move categories, what to use is fairly clear. Heavily thinks that attribute should contribute, but not expertise or skills. Expertise and skills are more neutral. So, for number 3, I definitely think that, like, if attributes, like, straight up contribute, like, the others probably shouldn't because attributes scale the hardest, but yeah. Overall, I definitely agree with them that it'd be difficult to deal meaningful damage, just mathematically. But, yeah. What do you think?
I still want to finish going through these more.
Yeah, okay.
Get a broader scope on.
I'm just
things
more
as-
like what I'm saying with when I'm doing this is just more like getting a feel for each of the responses and what they're like. The answers are quite kind of telling me, and I'm wanting to know if you're feeling about the same thing. More than anything, like I'm just habitually like giving my thoughts on it, but more of it's just to like go over what you think this response is saying in terms of the answers given.
I mean, yeah, they.
Also, let encode objects stay frozen.
I'm kind of looking at this as,
Shooting them with,
different than you are.
ice or water in
All right.
ice makes them
How are you looking at it then?
For me, it's like, okay, yeah, I see what you're talking about with the where they stand individually, like the everybody together, they've got their responses, but then like this one, you got the attributes and expertise contributing to damage. They've got different opinions on those.
Yeah.
Average Goatman, yes. We are doing some balancing based on survey results from the players and storytellers. Anyways. Next one?
Yep. Go over to number 4. Number 4 has a lot of 3s in a row.
Yep.
Doesn't think that it's mostly ambivalent. Another 3 and a 4 for combat and narrative impact. Also generally agrees on smaller discounts. Finds attributes very clear, skills mostly clear. And feels like attributes and skills should contribute to damage to moves, but not like extremely, and is ambivalent on expertise. Alright. So that's another person that's more leaning towards attributes for now. But this one makes sense because they also don't think it's that difficult to deal meaningful damage. So from this, it more seems like they just want like a slight increase in damage and think that attributes are probably the way to go for it.
Yeah, I
Alright.
think so.
Number 5. Number 5 says that it is they're ambivalent on the difficulty to deal damage. They think that the current movie XP cap is absolutely not difficult to work with. However, does find move creation a bit confusing. Doesn't think that moves are expensive, but also thinks that they can make moves as they want them to be. Alright. Strongly agree that moves have impact in combat. Ambivalent on narrative impact. Strongly agree with temporary negatives. Are very confused on what attribute and skill to use. And believe that attributes should probably contribute to damage to move. Absolutely believe that expertise should, and think that skills also probably should. Alright. I don't quite know what to make of this one. This one's a bit confusing to me.
It does feel a little all over the place.
Yeah.
It sounds like they just find the process a little bit on the confusing side, so they probably don't fully understand everything that goes into it, is what I'm reading out of this.
Yeah, that's more what I'm getting out of it. I just don't want to dismiss it, though.
I wouldn't call it a dismissal. I would
Yeah.
call it that we need to make sure that certain parts of everything are probably more clear.
Yeah.
Overall, as far as I read it, it looks like they're looking for something more out of it damage-wise.
Yeah,
too,
that's...
but they're
yeah.
not really sure the best way to go about it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Alright. Number 6. 3's down. Move creation is not very confusing. Happy with how move creation lets them make moves. Doesn't feel that moves are impactful in combat, but thinks that they're, like, it's more ambivalent towards a narrative.
What did they say up above?
That was it was 3 on difficulty.
Yeah. Okay.
So for this, what I'm getting out of that is that they probably think that doing things besides damage is currently not as impactful as it should be.
Yeah.
Because if damage is a 3, but this is lower, that means the other parts are bringing it down, in their opinion. Another 4 for temporary negatives. Attributes and skills are very clear on which to use for them. And they are ambivalent about attributes and expertise contributing, but not against, but definitely feel like skills should. So, yeah, from this one, I'm getting that damage is okay, could stand to be a bit higher, but the other parts definitely need to be picked up more. Is that what you're getting?
Yeah.
Yeah, which, honestly, fair. We do need to really update stuff like statuses and all that stuff.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I think our next step will be finishing up the going through maneuvers. And then we'll move to... So I think our timeline for working on things will be maneuvers first, Then we're gonna move to, well, weapons as well. But that's more you're working on that while, first stream stuff. Our dev days. We'll work on maneuvers first, finish those up. Which, by the way, I did add movement as a maneuver last night. I don't know if you saw that.
I haven't looked through the document today.
Okay, well, basically, the movement maneuver allows you to move up to 30 feet by default through one or more of the varieties of movement available to you. This default movement will provoke attacks of opportunity against you if you move out of a threatened space, though you are not stopped from moving. There is an alternative movement that can be performed utilizing this maneuver called the 5-foot step. The 5-foot step does not provoke an attack of opportunity, however, it only allows you to move a single space. You are then able to use your other action in order to take this maneuver again in order to move the full 30 feet. I also put in a note, regardless of how you have your types of movement divided up, you are still able to move 30 feet when using this. I put in turn, it should be maneuver. When using this maneuver, it could be 20 feet of land movement, then 10 feet of flight, or some other similar combination. Make sure you account for armor and other movement penalties, though.
Alright.
Though there was one thing that I forgot to mention, which I was going to.
Alright.
Let me put
I mean, it's good that... Yeah, it's good that we're covering over this, but, we do also still have responses to go through.
Yes. Let me just... It's just a quick thing, because you can't split movement. At least not without a feat.
Alright.
Hey, Deadshot. No, not math. We're going through survey responses.
We're sparing Zim tonight.
Yep. Mostly because we need to go through this survey before we're actually able to do anything math-wise.
Yes.
So we're going through the survey. It may not be math, but at least it still is data.
Alright, this movement cannot be split up, so you cannot move, attack, then move again with the rest of your movement.
Yeah. Alright.
Just wanted to get that in there before I forgot to include it again.
That's fair.
Alright. Anyways, back to the survey.
Yep. Number 7. Number 7 thinks that it is currently difficult to deal meaningful damage to opponents. The move XP cap is not difficult to work with. Skipped a bunch of questions here. Guidelines for move creation are easily understandable. Put a 2 for that, so they are confusing. No response for combat, but do think that they're impactful narratively. Another 4 response for temporary negatives. They find attributes very clear, but skills unclear. And they believe that attributes should contribute to the damage of moves almost never, but expertise and skills definitely should.
Okay, that's... I know there was one where the open response areas where they've done no combat so far, so... Yeah, I wanted to see if that was this one for why so many questions were skipped.
Yeah. But hey, look, it's all optional for a reason. They could have just been, like, neutral enough that they didn't even want to, like, put a response down, because it was just more like, whatever. Alright, so that's definitely fair on a lot of this, yeah. I'm just gonna guess that they think that, like, there's a lack of damage. Skills are a little bit unclear. Definitely need to get those up. Definitely need to update move creation rules because, they are definitely deprecated. And they think that expertise is the way to introduce some more damage.
I definitely wish that there was one question that we should have probably included now that I'm thinking.
Which is probably about the damage cap.
No, well, yeah, that would have been a good one too, but The other one was basically, do they want attributes and or expertises to be applied so it's more standard across the system? Or is it because they want it to actually, they want more damage?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Something along those lines for the wording, but...
Well,
too
we
late
could
now
always
for
play
this
out
one.
more forms later.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
On
All
to
right.
8.
Yep, on to 8. Number 8, 3 for difficulty. Strongly disagrees that the EXP cap is difficult to work with. Doesn't think it's confusing. Doesn't think it's expensive. Ambivalent on them being able to make moves as they want to be. However, think that the guidelines are understandable. And that they are impactful in combat, but ambivalent on narrative. They do think that there should be more restrictions and drawbacks, and also agree on the idea of temporary negatives. Attributes and skills are mostly clear on which to use. They are ambivalent on attributes, think that expertise should, and absolutely think that skill should.
Yep, pretty straightforward.
Yep.
A lot of them seem to be leaning towards the expertise, for sure.
Yeah. But then again, that could be because the early responses leaned expertise, and then the later leaned attributes, and
Yeah.
that's why, the aggregate is also important. So, number 9. Number 9 says that it's difficult to deal damage, that the EXP cap is difficult to work with, move creation is very confusing, moves are way too expensive, but the customizability is where they want it to be. They have a 3 on combat and narrative impact. They don't want there to be more restrictions or drawbacks for discounts. They are ambivalent on the temporary negative idea. Find attribute and skill category to be mostly clear. They think that attribute should probably contribute to damage. Strongly disagree with expertise being included. And definitely think that skill should as well. Yeah, and this is one of the people that their specific feedback was about EXP costs being high. Which definitely reflects in their answers.
Yeah. Hey,
Alright.
Raijin.
Hey, Rai.
From the origin.
Number 10. Skip the first couple.
Hi, Ryan.
They find
Hello
move
there,
creation.
Samuel. Happy birthday.
Hey, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
They find move creation to be kind of confusing. They think that moves aren't really that expensive to purchase. The customizability is where they want it to be. The guidelines are, okay. They skip basically everything down until they think that attributes, expertise, and skill should all contribute. I mean, okay.
Fair enough, yeah.
Number 11. 3s through the first couple questions. They, again, like the customizability. They think that moves feel extremely impactful in combat. And they feel like they're fairly impactful narratively. They are ambivalent about additional restrictions and drawbacks. They are heavily against temporary negatives.
My guess is probably just the keeping track of that.
Yeah. Which is fair.
Yeah.
The rules on what attribute and skill to use are fairly clear in their opinion. They heavily disagree with attributes contributing to damage. They think that expertise probably should, and definitely think that skill should. Alright, number 12. Ambivalent on difficulty, could deal damage. Move cap is definitely not difficult to work with in their opinion. They think move creation is fairly clear. The the expensiveness, they're ambivalent. They like the customizability. They think it's fairly understandable. They feel like moves are fairly impactful in combat, ambivalent about narrative. They disagree with there being more available restrictions and drawbacks, but think that temporary negatives should be a thing. Rules on attribute and skill are extremely clear in their opinion, and they are ambivalent about attribute contributing to damage, think that expertise should, and ambivalent about skills.
Okay.
Yeah. And this is also someone that wanted the more self-damage effects.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I have been specifically avoiding looking at the
Yeah.
expanded responses.
Yeah, I've been generally avoiding it. I'm just trying to watch out for the one that says that they haven't encountered combat.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's just the one that I'm looking at, and I just was scrolling through it and saw, oh hey, it's self-damage. Okay.
Mr. Self-Damage.
Yes, Mr. Self-Damage. Alright. Number 13.
Or misses.
Or misses. Or miss.
Or miss. Or
Mix.
mix. That's the they them one, right?
The mix-up. The mix-up. It's the mix-up. Alright. It is currently difficult to deal meaningful damage to opponents. They had a 3. They think move XP is not very difficult to work with. They think that move creation is a bit confusing, though. The expensiveness, about where they want it to be. Move creation is very customizable, but not very understandable. 3s for impact on combat and narrative. A 3 for more additional drawbacks and restrictions. They don't think there should be temporary negatives. They are heavily confused by attribute and skill. They think that attribute and expertise should contribute to damage, and don't think that, or not don't think, they're ambivalent about skills. And this is the non-combat person.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Yeah. So, makes sense with their responses. Alright, number 14. They think that it is currently difficult to deal meaningful damage to opponents. That the current EXP cap is not difficult to work with, but not the easiest. They think that move creation is fairly clear, and that it's not too expensive. They like the customizability. They think the guidelines are... they're ambivalent about them. They think that they feel impactful in combat and narratively. They think that there should be more available restrictions, and strongly agree with the idea of temporary negatives. Attribute and skill categories are clear to them. And they think that attributes should probably contribute, expertise probably shouldn't, and skills absolutely should. Alright, that one's pretty simple to follow.
Yeah.
Number 15. They find it extremely difficult to deal meaningful damage. They think that the move EXP cap is extremely difficult to work with. It's ambivalent about the confusion. They think that moves are a bit too expensive. They don't think that it's as customizable as they want it to be. They, again, are a bit confused on the guidelines, or at least on the understandability, on the clarity of it. They feel like moves are not very impactful in combat, but are ambivalent about the narrative impact. They do want there to be more restrictions and drawbacks, and they do want temporary negatives to be a thing, but feel pretty strongly about both those. Attribute categories are very clear, skills are confusing, and they think that attribute should absolutely, expertise they're ambivalent about, and skills absolutely. Okay. Yep, again, I think this is someone who thinks that there is a lot of difficulty in dealing damage, and there needs to be a damage increase, and they think attributes are the way to go.
Yeah.
Alright. Number 16. Ambivalent on difficulty damage. They don't find EXP difficult to work with. They think that move creation is very clear and that it is absolutely not too expensive. They like the customizability. They find it
Holy
understandable.
crap. We get so many complete polar opposites on some of these.
I know, right? This is why I wanted to look through the individual responses, though. This exact reason. Like, looking at all this stuff.
Says to me.
Yep. Guidelines are very understandable. Moves are okay in combat, but are fairly impactful narratively. 3 and 4. Ambivalent about more restrictions and drawbacks, but again, strongly agree with the idea of temporary negatives. Attribute and skill rules are very clear, and they believe that attributes and expertise probably shouldn't contribute, but skills should. They have, number 17. Alright, skip the first 2 questions. They think move creation is extremely confusing. Moves are too expensive. Ambivalent about the customizability. They don't find the guidelines understandable. Ambivalent about combat impact. They think that they are impactful narratively, though. Ambivalent about the restrictions and drawbacks, as well as temporary negatives. They find the categories clear, and are completely ambivalent across the board about attributes, expertise, and skills contributing to damage. I think that's the first one we've seen give all 3s on the contribute to damage.
I think you might be right.
Interesting. So this one just sort of seems like it's they just want better guidelines. They just want better guidelines. That's their...
My guess is that this might be, well, Starlight, because nobody in Starlight's actually had combat with this yet.
Oh, that's fair, yeah.
18, though?
Yep, 18. They don't find it difficult to deal damage. They think the XP cap is easy to work with. They don't find it confusing at all. They don't think it's very expensive. They think that the customizability is nice, the guidelines are understandable, that they feel extremely impactful in combat, and fairly impactful narratively. Heavily agree on more available restrictions and drawbacks, and another fairly agree with temporary negatives. The categories are very clear to them, 5s on both, and heavily like the idea of attributes contributing, feel like expertise probably shouldn't, and also heavily believe that skills should.
Okay.
Alright, and last but not least, number 19. They think it is not difficult to deal meaningful damage. The EXP cap is not difficult to work with. Ambivalent on it being confusing or not. Moves are too expensive to purchase. They say no on that. Move creation, they like the customizability. They find that the guidelines are not very understandable. Moves, they think, feel fairly impactful in combat, but feel have almost no impact narratively. They are ambivalent about the restrictions, drawbacks, as well as temporary negatives. They think attribute category is very clear, and skills, they're a bit ambivalent. And for damage, it is a 4-5-4 response. So they think that expertise is absolutely should, attributes and skills should probably contribute.
Interesting that this one did not find it difficult to deal meaningful damage.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Where they think that it's not difficult to deal damage, but they want a damage increase, like, across the board.
I'm feeling like this one might be one of those where they are like that question that I think we should have included of they wanted more standard.
Yeah.
But alright.
Alright, let's look through the summary one last time, now that we've gone through all the individual. Just, you know. Most of them, again, slight leaning towards it being difficult. Deal damage. The movie XP cap is not very difficult to work with, although, you know, still a slight spread. We definitely need to make it less confusing. Moves, most people feel like aren't, but there are a couple people that definitely feel like they are. And those people generally seem to be the ones that also, like, you know, put in comments about it being a big EXP sink to, like, make a good move. Which is fair. Most people really like the move creation, like the customizability.
I'm really
Guidelines
happy
across the
about
board.
that.
Yeah, I know. I'm very happy about that one.
That one gives me a very big smile. I'm glad people
Yeah.
are liking the customizable.
Yeah. Guidelines all across the board on it, which honestly fair. We don't really have that many guidelines. Moves, the impactfulness, some think it's pretty impactful, but again, most of it was just a response of a 3. Although, a lot more people think that they're impactful narratively, but not as strong feeling.
Yeah.
A lot of ambivalence about the restrictions and drawbacks, but again, a lot of people that we saw put a 3 on that one actually ended up putting a 5 or a 4 on the temporary negatives.
I'm thinking that that question may have been worded a little, it may have been worded a little not as great as it could have been. Because, like, the next one was, you know, you can get temporary negatives for a smaller discount, like the -1 evasion for a single turn. Whereas they may have seen that restrictions there and been like, oh, I don't want it restrictions.
Yeah. Well, I meant like restrictions like can only be used like, you know, if this, like can only use this if I have a sword.
Yeah. So I'm feeling like this one may have been better worded though.
Yeah.
Like an example, basically.
Yeah. It does seem like most people feel fairly strongly that temporary negatives should exist.
Definitely.
We'll just have to be like careful about how we implement it. But yeah, I do think it's a bit interesting though, but yeah. Most people find attributes again to be fairly clear. Skills are a bit more confusing to them. I think that for this one, it's probably a mix of like, do I use brawl or melee, or like, hey, what skill am I going to use for this soul move? I think that that's also a fairly big probable contributor to the responses going towards
yeah,
the unclearness. So we'll definitely have to be a little bit extra clear on all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I think the skills section is probably because of soul type moves, the status moves.
Yeah. Then the attributes, expertise, and skills. Skills, like basically everyone thinks that skills should. Attributes, there were a couple people, like my summation of it was actually like, you know, pretty correct. A bunch of people like ended up swapping between attributes and expertise, and then there's just a couple people that are like, I just throw all of it in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that this definitely, I feel like this gave us a pretty big, good direction on where to go in the future. Especially because, you know, we could just go back and reference this, but I think that this gives us a pretty good idea about what people are thinking.
I agree. So then next up, that question of, do we include attributes and or expertises in damage?
Yep. So if we do attributes, were we planning on doing it half?
That's what I was thinking.
I'm starting to lean that way myself, yeah.
Because if you throw it all in, it's going to get ridiculous, and if it's halved, it's... At least that is, like, a fairly reasonable thing.
Yeah, having your attributes for it would probably be the best route. I worry that it may get a little confusing for people. You got most of it that is just the number, and then you got that one that is like half of this.
Yeah.
Well, we do have that space next to attributes in the character sheet with the capital B.
That's for bonus, but yeah.
Yeah.
Or we can include another box, because as far as I see it, since we're already using the body, mind, soul, there's no reason why we can't take just that particular thing and divide by half just to give it a small boost.
Yeah. And it's not going to be much, but it will do things like, if there's like a temporary evolution going on or something, it'll mean you roll one more dice on damage, which isn't much, but at least it's something.
Because it seems like the goal is we just need to bump it a little bit, right?
Yeah, so the thing is that, like, for every single, like, die, like, every single point, it goes up by 0.5 for defense. So we just need to add a little bit. We don't need to add a lot, just a bit.
So yeah, it might be that, at least for initial testing, just half of related attribute.
Yeah, and another thing that we could do is something about, like, playing with the damage cap, so that way it, like, has the same starting level, but, like, scales a bit more. That could also be a route that we go, like, in addition to this, if we still think that the damage is a bit low in a little bit, but I think that this'll at least, like, get it a lot better back towards even. What do you guys think?
I agree. It definitely feels like we just need a little bit of a boost. I think that's what they want.
Yeah, I agree as well.
Yeah. Because, it was like only slight agreement on it being difficult to deal meaningful damage. So if we increase damage at all, that'll, like, swing people further down on the graph, which will probably leave it, like, a bit balanced now. Like, if we just increase it a bit.
Yeah, and as I said, I like the idea of using expertise. The problem is with the way I see expertise being, I don't think it's applicable.
Yeah.
I
also
just
really want to avoid people racing one expertise up to 5 as fast as they can.
Yeah, and I actually was thinking, I can't remember I think it was your game, Talderius, where you give a bonus to, if we use a specific expertise.
Yeah.
I've been liking that, and I think I'm going to put that into the base system itself.
Yeah, I think that that's a pretty good way of handling it, basically going, I'm not going to restrict you or require that you use anything, but I will give you a boost if you use something I like.
I will be right back, but go ahead and continue discussing, but yeah, I like that idea a lot.
All right.
Okay.
But yeah, I definitely think that overall we just need to give it a bit of a push. I'm definitely against, like, making, like, massive sweeping changes, if at all possible, because if we make a massive sweeping change, like, it'll be a lot harder to,
Definitely. And I honestly agree that it just needs a nudge, and I still believe that if we find better ways to encourage XP gain, it will level it out as well on the other side of things.
Because one big thing has been that I've been noticing is that, like, the people are only giving out, like, the current, like, session XP stuff instead of going and, like, giving out, like, pretty big bonuses.
Yeah.
Like how they're supposed to. Like, I know that I haven't yet for like Starlight, really, but that's also because they're, like, getting used to the system, so I don't want to, like, just dump a bunch of XP on them. But I will know that, like, they're gonna, like, complete a quest, and I'm gonna go, all right, here's your XP, and I'm gonna give you bonuses, and here's why I'm giving you these bonuses. Here's the little side objectives you completed.
Yeah. bearing in mind that giving out XP is hard for some people. That's why
Yeah.
leveling is a thing. I know what that's like. Unfortunately, I created a system where I have to give out experience almost every combat.
That's fair.
But
Fair.
I did it
Yeah.
intentionally because I wanted more versatility.
Yeah,
sense.
I just straight up like the reason why I feel perfectly fine, like just knowing that I can hand out XP like candy if I really feel like it, is knowing just how many different XP sinks we have in here and how many different things you can spend XP on.
Yeah, that is. And being somebody that likes to hand out experience and powerful items like candy makes.
Yeah.
Especially since we're going to be doing weapons and armor enchantments via XP, not via monetary, that's going to need to be fixed.
Yeah. Well, I think it'll probably be like a mix for that one because we were talking about like like semi-limiting the amount of XP you could put into a weapon.
Yeah, which
So
is
it'll
understandable.
actually- yeah.
And the same with armor.
Yeah. So it'll sort of be a thing where like yeah you could pour XP into it, but like just be careful about it and all that. It'll basically be like, okay, look, you've done a lot with your basic starter sword. You have your very nice basic starter sword. You've poured your XP into it. It's served you faithfully, but like it's sort of reaching its limits on what it can accomplish.
Yes. Which is fine. We just need to make sure that we hit that balance right. And that does involve making sure that we're giving out enough experience for players to be able to do that and not leaving them high and dry.
So,
Yeah.
when it comes to weapon and armor traits, what I have been playing around with in my head is having feats that will allow you to take advantage of what's built into the weapon. Because, properly using a reach weapon requires specific training. Properly using in most of the traits that we've come up with, it requires some specific knowledge. You can't just pick up a spear and know exactly how to use the reach portion of it effectively in combat, after all. But with that front, instead of investing that XP into the weapon itself, it'll apply to any weapon that you pick up that has that trait. Now, that said, I still like the idea of being able to put in XP to this specific weapon for increasing the accuracy of it. But that way, it limits how much XP you're needing to dump into the weapon, while still making it available later on. And it doesn't feel as bad to be like, well, this sword isn't working anymore, time to upgrade, and all that XP's gone. Or I only get half of it back, or whatever the case may be. Shadow Wolf, this is basically Pokemon D&D, though it is more expanded than that. It is Pokemon, Digimon, and we're going to have our own critters that will be in the system.
One way or the other, it sounds like we need to boost experience a little bit, or encourage experience handing out more.
We need to encourage experience handouts more.
Yeah.
How about this? How about I take some time between now and Thursday and come up with a list of bonus experience per session and end of storyline bonus experience things. So that way we can supply a basic chart for GMs to possibly reference and players to argue for.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, honestly.
I like it.
That wouldn't be a bad idea at all.
That way we have a basic guide.
So Shadow Wolf, this system is designed to be very customizable to what you want. It's not specifically for Pokemon or Digimon or such. You can actually play as standard human if you want.
Jimond_ asks,
1 sec.
what happens with living/sentient weapons then with XP?
What happens with living/sentient weapons with XP?
That would probably be a special case, honestly. As far as I'm aware, when it comes to living and sentient weapons, they're usually legendary weapons already. So,
Yeah.
I think Geemond is asking that specifically because, he's got the Hone Edge that he also uses, and spoiler warning for Starlight, I wanted a similar thing for Jet for a long time. Actually, with the Hone Edge as well.
Yep. Although I did,
Hone Edge is
I did also put in the relic system, so there's that.
yeah, I have a feeling that those would just default to being legendary weapons, and that's something that the ST would figure out because at that point, the weapon itself would be gaining experience. In my opinion, that's how I would handle it. But
I think the sentient, especially with using a Hone Edge, it would probably fall under the category of something similar to it would probably fall under the combo system instead. Both your weapon and you would earn experience, probably less for the weapon, but then the weapon can use its moves in conjunction with yours using the combo system. However, that's going to need some balancing work, and it'll mostly be up to you and the storyteller to figure out specifics.
It'll probably be something where we have to design some sort of familiar system or whatever and count it as a familiar, and
good question, though.
Yeah, good question.
I need to create a to-do list. Hold on. This is just for me. You don't have to actually hold on for me.
No worries. I was stepping away to grab foods.
Oh, okay.
Well, I will definitely say that I am 100% on board with the familiar and companion system. Considering that I love having those.
Yep.
Yep.
I do need to find more uses for Rex.
I mean,
what?
You haven't really experimented with Rex yet. You have a little bit.
I haven't been certain what to use him for yet. To bring you up to speed, Raharu, my character in Era's game, Paint, has a familiar, basically a familiar anyways, that I named Rex.
Oh, okay.
It's an
And so-
Archaeopteryx.
So far, it's been used for amusement sakes.
Fair enough.
You did use them once in an inventive and unique way.
Yeah, for
Oh.
scouting a bit. But beyond that, I haven't been certain what to use him for. He doesn't have much use in combat. So it's kind of I'm not sure what to do with him beyond just, he's kind of just there.
Well, we'll see.
Mhm.
Maybe you'll think of something. Remember, I do actively encourage players to try and use things in unusual ways.
Well, how small is he?
He's a tiny creature.
Yeah.
Well, if it's not useful for combat, I guess it could be useful for scouting stuff. If that's ever something that you need.
Well, like I
That's a
said, that's
fairly-
what I've used him for already. Because he can...
Whoops, sorry.
Yeah, he can fly, and he's the only member of the party that can, so... Using him for scouting is very good.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm sure you'll think of other things.
Yeah. If I think of something, I'll tell you.
Yeah, he's a little elemental that changes what element he is based on what Paint is. Because Paint is a kineticist that changes between fire, earth, water, and air every day.
So he's the avatar.
Except he cannot use them all at once. For now.
Fair.
He can't control which one he gets.
Fair.
That too.
I've heard the Avatar joke so many times now, it's actually starting to get not funny.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. Everybody said it though at least once now, and I'm just like, you know, it was kind of funny the first few times. Like, yeah, that's true. Now it's like, oh, it's going to be that joke that's just going to keep coming back. I see.
I mean, it's kind of hard not to make the comparison. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I
Fair
smell
enough.
a trend. I will get used to it. Eventually, it'll become so cliche, it'll be funny again.
Fair enough.
Kind of like my voice.
What does that even mean? Your voice is fine.
I'm
He
making
hates the
fun of
sound of his
myself
own
again.
voice.
Yeah, I
I
hate the
know.
sound of my voice.
I know. I know that feeling. I know that feeling. I'm just saying. To me, it sounds fine.
Everybody hates the sound of their own voice. It's okay.
I don't hate the sound of my own voice.
I hated it for the longest time, but, you know, being a streamer, I eventually did get out of that. I still refuse to have sound effects with my voice, but... except for the one with Chris Ops. But that's more because, people get confused.
I know this is the same for everybody, but the way I hear my own voice and the way I hear recordings of my voice is so different that it's jarring to me.
Yeah, there's actually science behind that.
Yep.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody actually wants to hear the science right now, but there is science to it.
fair enough. Yeah, I heard of it. I just never looked into it myself.
It's pretty simple, but I'm trying my best not to be a this is how this is right now.
No, yeah, fair enough. Maybe later.
I might still be in shock and finding out the VP has more tattoos than me.
Is it the same one about the ellipses?
No, it's not the ellipses guy or ellipses chick. This is the VP of technology and the one that I interact with and the one that I chewed out the other day because I'm comfortable chewing him out. Even though technically he's my boss's boss. But he came down today and we were in the office and I was busy working. He came up to me and nudged me and I was like, hey, why are you so serious? I was like, okay, what's up? And he goes, well, who's your tattoo artist? I was like, why are you interested in tattoos? And he goes, oh, I have a bunch of them. I'm like, how many? He goes, oh, both my arms are completely done. My back's completely done. My chest is completely done. I've got one leg done and I'm on my last leg. And I'm like, excuse me? You do not seem like the tattoo type. And he's like, I absolutely am. I'm like, oh.
Wonderful. Guess you can find kindred spirits in the weirdest places sometimes.
It just surprised me because he seems like the uptight kind of guy, but every time he talks and when it's just me and him, he's not the same. So
Fair.
I don't know anymore.
Guess it has a bit. Perhaps it has a business persona.
No, if Ellipses chick was showed me a tattoo or told me she had tattoos, I think I'd be uncomfortable to find out what it was because there's a 99% chance it's a live, laugh, love tattoo. And I don't know if I'd be able to keep my mouth shut.
Fair enough.
I only have one tattoo I'd ever get, and it's because it would be a my dad really wanted to get a tattoo once. Well, he has a tattoo, but it's the Led Zeppelin angel. The other one he was gonna get was the Dio Holy Diver like cover of like the demon like in the priest and all that.
Oh,
And so that would be the only one that I'd ever get.
fair.
I have a lot of tattoos and I'm still working on it.
My sister has multiple has both her arms sleeved.
I'm not really.
I think she also has her chest and back. I'm not sure.
I got my chest done, one of my rib cages. I'm going to get the other rib cage done. I'm working on one of my sleeves. I want to get the other sleeve. I want to get 2 partial leg sleeves. I want a full back.
Damn.
If nothing else, Era will be very safe from cannibals.
From what?
Cannibals.
Cannibals?
Cannibals have openly stated that people with tattoos taste awful.
Ah, interesting. Well, good to hear that.
Congratulations, Era. You are very safe from cannibals.
I'm guessing the ink makes the flesh taste bad.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't.
considering it contains heavy metals, yeah.
Yeah. Mm. Well, I guess tattoos are freaking cannibal repellent.
Yeah. Tattoo
Hun-
inks do contain heavy metals, people, just as a warning.
Yeah. I'm not. I've never been. I do like the concept of tattoos, but I've never been interested in getting one myself, and I'm not even sure if I could, even if I wanted to, because I have psoriasis. My skin is very sensitive.
You'd be surprised. I'm not going to go into the whole conversation about it because nobody wants to hear it, though.
Fair.
Something, something, something. Everybody has a different pain tolerance in different parts of their body. Something, something, something.
Fair.
Yeah, for me, it's actually the same genetics that give me the red hair I've got also make my pain tolerance for certain things exceedingly low. Like if you're coming at me to do dental work, you're gonna need to give me insane amounts of anesthetic.
Fair.
That is a very common thing. I had questioned it a few times, and one of my dentists at one point actually said, "Yeah, it's because of your red hair."
That doesn't surprise me.
But on the flip side, other pains I have an extremely high tolerance for. However, I also feel the pain more than others do.
You
Yeah,
see,
sure.
I got an okay pain tolerance when I was younger because I was an idiot, as we've established as a teenager. That pain tolerance is still gone. I'm just able to grit through it, I guess.
Oh, and yes, Ryan, I'm ticklish, especially on the head.
interesting.
That is information that if I ever meet you in person will be exploited heavily. I'm sorry in advance.
Yeah, why?
Yep,
Why
you are
couldn't?
getting head pats,
Wha-
lots of them.
Why couldn't you tell me this when I met you? When I met you before, like I could have abused this knowledge. Why'd you have to wait until after I had already met you?
Because it never came up.
So-
Sorry.
Now you know that you're going to get tickled relentlessly by at least one of us one day.
Oh no. Oh well.
He sounds so disappointed.
I'm not sure how to react to it. I mean, I don't think I would mind, I guess.
Still,
Alright.
yeah, tattoos. I've got a good pain tolerance, or I can grind through pain a lot better than most people. I think. I feel it.
Oh, hey, Era's good at grinding. Good to know.
Honey, I'm a dragon. Of course, I'm good at grinding.
I was drinking water when you said that, damn it.
Yeah, but Era is best at licking, especially of cute boys.
Interesting.
I thought he
I
was
do
better
like
at
people.
biting, but okay.
I also bite.
He does bite.
Yes.
Numb.
So I totally sidelined that whole situation. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, it's fine.
Because Sarah just says, also, what did I just come back to?
Things and stuff.
See, Key is also confirming I do indeed bite. Last time I visited Key, I bit him when he wasn't paying attention. I think I scared him.
The hell?
Mm-hmm.
Well, interesting.
I just walked up behind him and bit him on the shoulder.
Era does bite.
I legitimately bite. I bite my roommate almost every day. He gets bit at least once a day.
He has excused himself from many a conversation to go, excuse me, my roommate just got home, I have to go bite him.
Yes.
I have no idea. I have no idea how to feel about it.
The fact that I bite people?
Yes. I mean, it's the first time I heard anybody say that out loud.
But, yeah, so how are we feeling overall about the whole, like, having attribute, and then that being the...
I think it's something that's going to need playtesting, but I like
Yeah.
it right now. Still concerned about it being too complex, too complicated. However, yeah, I'm liking it.
All right.
An alternative that we could go for, though, is kind of like Pathfinder and D&D have, where, you know, you got an 18 in your score, so that gives you a +4. We could go with something like that.
Well, yeah, but that isn't that like basically what we're doing. Where if you're at like a 3, you get a +2, and if you're at a 5, you get a +3 towards like the dice.
True, but we could also lower it because it seems like they just want a small bonus.
Did you want to do the round or divide by 2 round down?
No,
No.
we want to keep things consistent, so everything is round up. Unless,
That's fine.
yeah. Yeah, I guess just keeping it the divide by 2 would be best, actually.
'Cause we already
Probably.
have that as like an established thing, so.
Anyhow, Pathfinder, it's -10 divide by 2 round down. So that's more complicated. I think round down, round or divide by 2 round up is fine.
Yeah.
Maybe just a spot to put that number.
I mean, maybe that doesn't seem like it's a very... That's something that, like... If it's literally just divide by 2 round up, you could probably just, like, look at that, because it's just looking at a single score.
True, some people put math in public.
Yeah, fair.
Though, yes, that's probably the best direction, at least for now.
Actually, yeah. Definitely adding more damage would be good, because right now we've got the armor system, and that may make it where they feel like their attacks aren't doing nearly enough anymore. So, yeah. I like
Yep.
the divide by 2 for attribute.
Yep. I was also thinking about adjusting the damage scaling, but I hate changing 2 things at once.
Yeah.
That would be too many variables.
I hate changing 2 things at once. In all seriousness, like I do kind of want to change the way that the damage scaling operates, where, like, you know, it goes and scales a bit more every time you get to an attribute thing, like just to filter in a little bit more damage here and there. But yeah, it feels like I really hate changing multiple things at the same time. Oh yeah, I definitely feel like the divide by 2 on attributes, adding that in is probably the best place to start.
Not.
And
Be right
then,
back. I'm gonna take my meds now.
Okay.
and if we still need to add in more damage, then, you know, I could go ahead and change the damage scaling. The other thing that I wanted to at least, like, discuss is possibly just raising the EXP cap, like, a tiny bit, like we said we might do.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. So, what I was thinking is, instead of it being 10 plus 20 per 5, we just change it to 30 per 5. That way, it's still 30 XP at the start of the game, which is where we wanted the cap to be. it is still going to be effectively at every single breakpoint past the first, which is just starting character. You'll have about 10 more XP per breakpoint you reach. What do you think about that? So basically, it'd go 30, 60, 90, etc. Instead of the 30, 50, 70.
So 30 per 5 attributes. Or no.
Yes. Yes, 30 per 5 attributes start, like, and then have it be just that. No 10 plus at the base. The 10 plus was there originally, so that way we would have 30 at the start, because that was how much XP we wanted characters to be able to start with, and that's why we have that. So, if we change it to 30 per 5, it'd just be 30 at the start. The beginning of the game would be unchanged. After that, it would go to 60 instead of 50. And then it would go to 90 instead of 70, and then it would keep, like, increasing. The scaling would go up higher without changing the start.
Yeah, let's ship it. See how it works.
Just go ahead, because I see you're looking at the to-do. Just put it to changing it to 30 per 5 attributes starting from 0. But yeah, I definitely feel like giving people a little bit more EXP cap in their moves is not going to be a big problem. Because this is the sort of change where, like, it doesn't do much, like, at the beginning, but it does help it scale a bit more. Which, I know we had that one person that was concerned about, like, making sure that people actually, you know, diversified their moves, but I think as a start, like, this will let people, like, have more impactful moves, because we definitely want the majority of people to feel like moves are fairly, like, impactful, without it being, like, completely ruining the, you know.
Yeah, I get it. I did put in here as well. Rules for making moves take only a quick action.
Yeah.
That is something that I was playing around with the idea of, especially for, like, healing moves and such. Do we want to put in something for that?
So, something to do with healing moves that I want to bring up, because I feel like it's actually kind of important. So, I think that healing moves should probably not be a quick action. The reason why is because part of the thing about Second Wind is supposed to be that it is a quick action. So if we make it so that way Second Wind is on the same, like, action bracket as a normal healing move, why would a healer ever Second Wind?
Well, with that is because right now, quick action, you've got Second Wind, and that's it. So that's why I'm kind of wondering about maybe a system for making it a quick action where the XP cap is halved, but then you can spend, outside of the XP cap, you can spend a little XP to make it a quick action. So basically, say, the XP cap for it would be, say, 15 at character creation. But then you can spend another 10 on top of that for actually making it a quick action.
I kind of like the idea of allowing for players to have a move or have a half cap period
Yeah.
for a quick action,
Yeah.
because that would make them very minor actions, but make them at least usable.
Yeah, that's what I was considering. What that would do. I definitely think that a half cap is a good place to start. Yeah. Because then that means that a quick action attack is basically like something that you could do that is like, or I guess I shouldn't say attack, I should just say move in general. Like a half action move is something that is basically locked to being an entire tier behind what you can achieve.
Yeah.
Like at start, like let's say at the beginning, and then like it's further and further behind the further you go into the actual like progression.
And quick actions are meant to be jabs anyways, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
so I guess one thing to ask is if we want it to be like, you know, a actual like attack thing that, like, you know, you can just use an attack with it, like just in general.
I'm thinking the move needs to be specifically designed for it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, but I mean, like, you know, basically putting like any category of move. Instead of just healing, like, you know, damage, stat, like, what are we thinking about putting in this category?
Okay, I'm lost on what you're talking about. Sorry.
Okay, so basically, like, this started with us just talking about doing like a healing move at half to make it a quick action. Do you want it to be like all action, like all moves you could have cap it to make it a quick action, or?
Yes.
All right.
Basically, kind of like the difference between Cure Wounds and Healing Word from D&D, because Healing Word is basically half effective of what Cure Wounds is, but it's a bonus action.
All right. Yeah, I'm just trying to think about what that'll do to our action economy if we just let everything be it. There's another thing that I'm considering is that now that, like, attacks with this are going to directly compete with Strike, but then again, I was thinking of a different thing that we could do with Strike that might be very interesting, which is basically... One thing I was thinking of for Strike, at least just in general, like, just to... Because I feel like this should be a part of this conversation, because, you know, bonus action attacks would definitely, like, you know, be competing with Strike. I was thinking about, what if we make it so that way strikes are at base, like, non-damaging, but instead impose, like, or, like, you know, like, make it so that way it's really hard to upgrade it with damage or whatever. But what it does is it incurs, like, a double hit stun penalty, or something of that nature. Of, like, a normal attack. So basically, like, if you use it, it would subtract 2 evasion. And if it hits, it would subtract 2 integrity. Basically, because, you know, it's supposed to act as like a priming strike anyways, right?
I like that idea a lot.
Can you repeat that? I think I missed the point.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
brain shut
currently what strike does is it's supposed to be a little bit of a priming strike where, like, you know, you can use it, it is likely to hit because it's at your full attack. However, it also starts at 0 damage and it's hard to give it damage. So it sort of, you know, like, is going to deal chip damage, and it's basically just meant to be like the full round attack action sort of version of like a priming strike. So to soften up the enemy's defenses for a full round action, because you know it would use an action to do this. And if we're going to do this, what I was thinking is, you know, strike is kind of like, it's useful, but it's not like, it's going to be losing like what little it had of its identity of like its usefulness. So what if we instead change it to being like an attack where it won't deal damage, but if it hits, it will reduce the enemy's evasion or integrity or something by like double the amount of a normal hit.
I'm okay with that. A false swing.
Yeah, like literally like making it a priming strike to like open up a hole in the enemy's defenses. Because this is going to be like an offensive maneuver instead of a defensive, where like, you know, oh hey, it basically serves as I'm not going to take a defensive action here, or if I am, I'm not going to like properly attack. But what I am going to do is I'm going to create an opening in your defenses.
I like that idea a lot. Also, Raijin, first off, Thaskalos, hello there. Good to see you. Sorry, we were deep in discussion. Didn't want to interrupt it, but yeah, hello. Let's see. Something that came to mind about healing moves. You could add in type effectiveness as part of it. If they're mostly temp HP, you could restrict HP healing to requiring type advantage, disadvantage, match something, which would also encourage the party to diversify and have more than one person with healing capabilities. I don't personally like that.
I can see why, but some people really like playing healers, and a lot of people don't like playing healers.
Yeah. I do think that we could like throw like a little bit of a bone. Like, what if we make it so that way, like, on-type healing moves, like, start with, like, an automatic success?
I could see that.
Where it's, like, very small, but it gives you a reason to want it.
I can get behind that.
Yeah,
It's something small, but it's something where it's like, you know, this feels good, this feels impactful, I like having this.
Yeah, that sounds like a good start.
And then we all sit here silently again in contemplation.
Yep. I mean, it's kind of just what we do, I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know, normally you and I play ping pong until Zim screams.
Yeah, that's fair. But we'll generally, like, you know, like, when we discuss things, we kind of tend to, like, sit there for a bit and go, and then come up with something.
I'm also writing in what we discussed about quick actions.
Yeah. But, yeah, oh, good.
I was just gonna say, and I'm just here chilling, but I do say something if it comes to my mind.
Yeah, the nice thing about quick actions is a lot of games have them, very few use them effectively.
Yeah.
So introducing the ability for players to make their own quick actions would be a huge boon, I think, to the system.
Yeah. The one thing that I'm thinking about is just, like... we do need to put at least, like, some manner of restriction on it.
Oh, definitely.
Because the thing is that, like, one of the first things I thought of is, okay, now people are going to do things like, you know, make a protect move that they can use as a quick action.
I would limit what of the abilities a quick action could have to probably, like, maybe one power at first level or at first stage, and then two.
Well, that's part of why I was saying is half XP cap.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, you know, later game, that means that, like, you know, you can just make, like...
a quick pop shield.
Yeah, you could just make, like, a shield that you get every single turn.
So maybe we have to go through the abilities list and dignify which ones can and cannot be used.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Maybe only allowed to do one status effect as well, or one debuff type. Or buff type.
Well, real quick, what do we want the XP cost for designating it as a quick action to be? I was thinking 10.
I would accept 10.
I would accept 10.
Okay.
Yeah, if we're having the if having that makes sure that you are having the EX key cap, I guess 10 sounds reasonable because at the beginning you have 15 to work with.
Yeah, and that gives you the 10 for the quick action upgrade, and then you can always do a 5-point ping.
Yeah.
You can have a first level, I poke you hard.
Yeah. Which, again, like, I'm thinking about, like, all this could be used for offensively, which I like because, we're trying to increase offensive potential here. Without, like, just, like, kneecapping defenses. But, so I definitely like this. It definitely does bring up the fact that, like, like, let's say you have this, so you do, like, a priming strike, and what you do is, then after that is you do a quick action poke, and then after that you have your full... Like, that sounds like a very impactful full round action for being in pitched combat, not having to move anywhere.
Is very much realistic to how fighting actually goes down, though.
Yeah.
Because those little actions were used heavily in armed combat.
Yeah.
Where you'd shove your opponent, smash him with your shield, and then go in with the sword after you knocked him off balance.
Oh, yeah. I've done that many a times.
Oh.
Fucking love punch shields.
Or
Hey, I do
Or my preference coming in with 2 weapons and false strike, hard strike.
Interesting.
Yeah, but yeah, I like punch shields and shit like that. Just being able to straight up like threaten us like an actual like weapon strike, and instead you just like sock them with your shield. Beautiful.
Eaten more than one shield myself, so. But I, Florence, so you get used to eating shields.
Yep.
And you also get used to dealing with spears.
Spears.
How do you deal with the spear? Get good at dodging, buddy.
Get good at dodging, or get like a really big fucking shield.
Ah, so you would like Nevis then, Carcerus.
Dang it, I already got a move out there I want to make into a quick action right after this.
The other thing on here to discuss at some point is which maneuver should trigger an attack of opportunity, but we can't go over that until the maneuvers are done.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cross out the healing section, since that's no longer really applicable.
Yep.
Oh yes, Beerus. Nevis was fantastic.
I never seen Nevis in action, but I like his design.
I do. I know there was somebody in the community that was convinced that Nevis was evil at one point. But it's like Nevis is the epitome of chivalry and honor. And
I'll be back in a minute.
he led his armies. His whole thing was freeing people and letting them live their lives. They would be part of his empire, but it was more to... That way they have the support system that an empire brings, you know?
Yes.
They're having troubles? Well, here is other parts of the empire to back you up.
Yeah, I can see that. Interesting.
Nevis, King of Conquerors.
The few pictures that I've seen of Nevis, he kind of reminded me of Gilgamesh from Fate Stay Night, for some reason.
There was a little bit of influence from him, but most of the influence for him came from, God, I cannot remember his name. Alexander?
Oh, also from Fate Stay Night?
Yeah.
Ah, fair. Yeah, he also gave me Alexander vibes, so yeah, that makes sense, actually.
Who's a better conqueror, Nevis or Hunter? Nevis.
I mean, I don't even think Hunter wants to be a conqueror. He's kind of just got put into that position.
Exactly.
Which,
One
to
of
be fair, like,
Nevis's primary guiding principles for leading things is that you should lead based on your merits, not based on your station that you were born into. He despised the idea of nobility. Because, you know, most nobles, it's like, this is my station! How dare you talk to me, peasant! Yeah. Yeah, he does not like that. He doesn't care who you were born to. What matters is what you've done with your life.
sense to me.
You could be a lowly peasant, and as long as if you live your life well, you help others and stuff, you deserve to be in charge. Or at least have the opportunity to help make decisions.
I can see that.
Also, rawr!
Rar.
Rar?
Oh, Giemond played the rawr sound effect.
Ah.
You're really upset about the whole
Growl.
gibbon, aren't you?
I'm what?
I said that you're really upset about the whole gibbon, right? Aren't you? About his name and stuff.
I'm upset that he let me go that long without correcting me. That's the only thing I'm upset about.
Fair.
And even then, I'm not actually upset. It is being... I am specifically going over the top with that, but...
Fair.
It's
Demon does a good-
important to me.
What were you gonna say, Era?
I said Giemond is a good bean.
Yeah.
As somebody whose name has been mispronounced more times than I can count, throughout the course of my life and in very embarrassing ways, the last thing I want to do is mispronounce somebody's name.
Ah, that makes sense. I mean, I kind of get the same thing at times, but that's mostly because my name starts with an H, and I'm Latino, and I live in the United States, so people are not used to not pronouncing the H. So I don't let that bother me. Nowadays, at least.
If somebody mispronounced my name, I would have questions. Unless you're pronouncing the full given or full chosen.
Ah.
But both my given and chosen and the short formats of those are so common that if you mispronounce them, there's something wrong with you.
Well, for me, my name is Stephen. Stephen.
How can somebody mispronounce that?
Stefan.
Yeah.
Stefan?
Yes, it's also very closely spelling for Stefan is spelled.
Oh. Oh, wait. Yeah, I see now.
Kind of like an alternate spelling to Sean, or the correct spelling of Sean, I should say, is Sean. But people will say Sheen. But it's actually Sean.
I know there's one person that comes by the streams here and there who their name is spelled that way, and I kept saying Sean, and they're like, no, it's actually it's Seamus. So it was Seam, and so I was pronouncing it Shamus.
Yeah, that's Seamus.
I see.
But yeah.
I have a friend named Shauna, spelled C-H-A, or let me actually look up her name spelling, because I always screw it up. C-H-A-N-N-A, but it's Shauna. And she gets called Chena a lot, and it's funny.
I honestly just think this is just the fault of modern English. We don't usually have this problem with Spanish names.
Yeah,
Well,
for my end, though, it's like, I know there was one year in school, I worked really hard for an award throughout the entire year. Then I got to the ceremony for it, and they called Stephanie.
Oh my god, I can't believe that. I mean, Stefan is one thing. What the how can they say Stephanie?
Yeah, and then the whole auditorium erupted with laughter and people shouting he's not a girl and all that stuff, and incredibly embarrassing.
Yeah, that's... I'm so sorry to hear that.
Oh, and the teacher didn't even have the decency to, properly seek me out and apologize.
Or correct themselves, apparently.
Or that.
Wow.
No, what he did was we happened to be in the bathroom at the same time, and, standing at the urinals, he's like, oh, by the way, sorry about that.
Wow. A mess.
Thanks.
Ooh, I want waffles.
Waffles are...
Thanks,
I don't know.
Arca.
If you guys want to hear a story about a name that I got back in retail when I was working at Lens Crafters.
Sure.
The name was spelled L-A and then a dash A-H. How do you think that's pronounced?
You said L-A and then dash
A-H.
A-H?
Mm-hmm.
I'd say, La?
La-ah?
Nope, it was Ladasha. The dash ain't silent.
Oh.
What?
This lady named her child L-A-A-H, and it was Ladasha. And when I was like, oh, is this, how do you pronounce this? Is this law? She goes, the dash ain't silent, honey. How dare you? I was like,
what did I miss?
That is not how the dash works. What the hell?
When I worked at I'm telling a story about when I worked at Lens Crafters. This poor kid too. I feel so bad for her. I had a pair of glasses I was supposed to hand out, and the name on there was LA-AH. And I was like, "Oh, how do you pronounce this? Is this La or something?" And she's like, "No, it's Ladasha or Ladasha because the dash ain't silent."
What the hell? That is the first. That is the.
We
that
are
is the
just
first-
to bring you up to speed, Rex. We're discussing mispronunciations of names. I shared my. I had an award ceremony where they called out Stephanie instead of my name.
Oh, how did they even? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, apparently some people say Sim's name wrong as Stephanie instead of Steven. But
I'm trying to think of mine.
Stephanie goes too far. What
Yeah,
the hell?
that's kind of wild. Mine was Fel Oppie. I don't know how the hell you do that, because I mean I'm all your history books, it's literally Felipe. So Fel Oppie, I don't know how you even get there, but that happened during one of those announcements.
Fel Oppie. Oh
Yeah, Fel Oppie and Philip. They did the English version of it, and I was like, really?
So your name is Felipe. Cool.
Yeah, you can't get my birth name wrong. If you get my birth name wrong, I don't know what's wrong with you.
Oh.
Well, my birth name is Joseph.
I have seen it.
I have never had anybody mispronounce it.
I've had people mispronounce my name. My name is my birth name is Casey, and people have said Cassie to me.
I can see
literally
Cassie.
Casey.
And like I said before, my name starts with an H, and I'm Latino, so people just sometimes forget that the H is silent.
Yeah.
Yep. Please bear in mind, I hate my birth name with a passion, so please do not call me it. I do not like being like every other Joe.
I've already forgot it. I don't go by mine either, but I won't, about it. I try to love the old me, the one that's not my sauna. But also, yeah, I'm not a fan of my name either. Too biblical. Anywho, Era, Paz, Vane, Sir. Also, I love that PNG eraser. Holy shit! Yay! Welcome everybody. Hey everybody. Hi. I didn't say hi properly.
Hello. Yeah, I know. I had my grandma on my dad's side. You are breaking out, Super Robot. Oh, apparently I'm Super Robot to everybody else. Okay, I guess my net's having issues. Except I'm not seeing any problems on the stream. So I guess it's Discord. Okay, yeah, Discord seems to be down. Discord's having a hiccup. Okay.
What's going on?
Yeah, we'll give it a moment for it to recover. Orca, that is perfectly fine with me. I go by Zim in real life as well.
Oh, did Discord just fix itself?
Oh, I think it did.
Yeah,
I went.
I think so. Which is funny.
I heard the reconnection noise on my end, even though I have not moved anywhere, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess it fixed itself now.
Yeah, everything sounded like a robot. Also, wait, I didn't have my headphones on. Okay, that makes sense. I'm kidding. I didn't hear anything.
It's funny because my internet began going a little bit wonky for a moment. I thought it was just me for a moment, but no, apparently it was Discord itself. That is such a weird coincidence.
No, I think Discord just had a moment
I think
of being
Discord was just having a diva moment. Yeah,
it does that.
What were you saying, Zim, before Discord decided to be Discord?
Oof, you got a buzz on your line.
I kind of hear it too.
So, my grandma on my dad's side was a, let's just say we called her Door-ass for a reason. Even my grandma on my mom's side, who never swears, over the Christmas break, she called her door ass.
Door ass.
Like,
whoa.
This woman was bad.
Ah.
Anyways, until I was about 12 or so, she hated my name so much that she refused to use it. My middle name is Michael, and so she would always call me Stevie Mike instead.
Hey, we share a middle name. Let's go.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, she refused to use my actual name because she despised the fact that my parents gave me this name. Still don't know why.
I was about to ask why. That is bizarre.
She was one of those. She came from money. And a lot of money. She also had several doctorates. And was pompous as hell.
Oh, I see.
So it was too common for her?
Probably.
You know what Alistair called that heckler? Remember? I'm thinking of that. You're talking about this person. I'm just not wanting to say it to be nice.
That weird.
I apologize if this offends anybody, but I will admit that when she passed, I had very mixed feelings.
Yeah, some people are like that. Especially if they treat people around them all like that the whole time before it happens. So, yeah.
It's like
don't apologize.
On the one hand, family member gone. On the other hand, this is also a family member that made me wear tape on my cheek in public because I was asking too many questions.
Hold the line.
What is that even supposed to do?
Oh, it was supposed to remind me to not ask questions.
Weird.
Damn, she would have lost her mind at having to deal with me as a kid. I made Riv look restrained.
Same.
No.
Dang.
It's like I love to learn. And the worst thing is that she would take me to. Her whole thing was taking us to museums and other things to teach us stuff. And yet she's like, you cannot ask questions.
What?
You're taking us to a place to learn, and you're not letting us learn.
That's the kind of person that teaches their kids through TV and just gets mad at the TV for teaching them something they didn't want to teach them. Oh, it's so dumb.
Also, Zorkid, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. We're just talking about random stuff right now, though we probably should be working on the SCAR system. I am a little bit, at least, but
Yeah. We're probably gonna start working on it again in a second.
Not my fault. I just walked in.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm astounded at that story.
Yeah.
Yes.
I still remember the time. Like I know I bring this up as like one of my big examples, but I still remember being grounded for a month with the door to my room taken off its hinges because I was up 15 minutes past my bedtime reading a book.
Oh my.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut on stuff like that because
I don't really have any horror stories in this regard. Like I could talk about how my stepfather was quite the troll, but I don't really like talking about that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
I told Talderius things. I think he can back me up that I should keep my mouth shut.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Big hug, everybody.
But yes, so what discussion were we leaving off on for SCAR related activity?
We were briefly discussing the quick actions, but I think we came to a consensus there, at least our base consensus.
Yeah, at least
I know healing was on the floor again.
Healing, we were just like, I didn't think we were talking about anything especially to do with healing. I think that was just what brought up the quick action thing. And
we
me
might have
saying
been out
that
of conversation.
Yeah. But just to go back to it, I don't know if we should allow healing as a quick action as much, because, again, I really feel like that should be second wind's thing, but yeah.
So, Oh, okay, Orca. Good to know. But oh Godzilla, don't get me started on stuff like that. I know I got beat at one point because one of the neighbors said that a redhead sprayed water into their window with a hose, and it's like, I don't even know who they are or where they live.
They
Wow.
made sure to actually spray water in their window after that, though.
Mhm.
Well,
You
I
already
would
paid for
have
the
I would have if I knew where they were.
Yeah, I know.
I still had no idea where they lived.
Wow, that's wild.
But yeah. All right, Tascalos, thanks for coming by. I hope you have a good evening.
For everybody.
So, as far as healing moves as quick actions versus second win, I think, especially with our new system of it being dot-based for healing, I think having the second win still stands out because it is going to remain guaranteed healing. It is going to be face value of the die versus, rolling successes.
Alright. And are we still gonna have it be, like, the, like, amount based on your vigor and will stat and all that?
Yeah, I would say so.
Alright. In that case, I feel like it probably does stand out enough. I just wanted to be careful about that, because obviously it's a direct competitor to the action slot. And second winding gives you exhaustion. Meanwhile, healing does not.
Razor, chat's teasing me. Hungry. I have onion rolls, toasted in butter, dusted with garlic, cheese, tortellini, and a Sunday sauce. Commander, you're so mean.
But
Wait, what?
yeah, that's what I was worried about for it, because obviously it's a direct competitor. So
It's definitely good for me since healing's going to be a thing in the future. I think for a lot of people, honestly. So you're like baiting if like you're going to make the healing a quicker thing or like something tied to.
So quick actions are already kind of a thing, but we were trying to discuss about how to make like custom ones, because a big thing about the system is custom moves and all that.
Gotcha.
And so one of the things that we came up with was the idea for like having your EXP cap willingly
Okay.
and paying like a face value cost, and then you can now use that move as a quick action.
Gotcha.
But we were discussing like what should be allowed and what shouldn't be allowed, just out of like caution
Balance.
about things. Yeah. So like for example, you won't be able to use like protect moves. And I think that's like something that basically everyone can get behind.
Yes, definitely.
Getting hungry. That sounds
It's
good to me.
Geemond.
Demon.
Sorry, I can't say names correctly when I'm hungry. Demon.
Chomper needs his food.
There.
Wait, didn't you went to Sis's earlier? That's an all-you-can-eat pizza.
I might go get pizza.
No one needs to know that. You're gonna see what you did. And also now I can't eat anymore because I had all you can. Now everybody knows I ate pizza. Dang, they won't give me food anymore. Good job, Paz. Now I can't get more food.
I'm sorry.
But we're friends. And now Chomper and Paz are feuding.
No, I don't wanna.
I don't want to. Okay, I'll stop distracting y'all from this. Keep going.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that what we're going with right now is pretty decent, pretty good.
Okay.
I'm fairly happy with the idea of it. Obviously, it needs like play testing and all that, but
it sounds like a fun thing. It sounds like something for what's the word? Quality of life stuff, making it funner.
Yep, more funner.
I'm down.
Kenku, yes, buffs, debuffs will be allowed. So the idea behind the quick action moves is that they are going to have half the XP cost of a regular move.
Cap, not cost. Cap.
Yeah, half of the cap, right.
Okay.
So therefore, as far as I'm concerned, whatever you can buy with that, go for it. There might be some things that we put in other rules for, like when it comes to shield moves. Those protected and such.
Detect, wide guard, like all that shit.
Those are probably going to have other rules with them where you can only be affected with them once every other turn. Anyways.
Okay.
Just like they are in Pokemon.
Yeah. But even then, I still want to be careful about letting them be used with a quick action. Because, still, that's every other turn you can quick action shield.
If I remember in Pokemon Protect and Detect work is that you can use it once and then the next time is 50%, the next time is 33%, going like that until it fails.
Yeah, basically. Or you don't use it for a turn.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so it does work like that, but, I still just want to be careful about it.
Yeah, makes sense.
It is out of an abundance of caution.
Fair.
When it comes to things that just protect you from damage, yeah, I don't blame you for being cautious.
Yep.
I mean, quite a few people say that doing damage is already hard enough as it is, apparently.
To be fair, we're fixing that.
Fair.
But yeah.
Be back a moment.
All right. But yeah, so for strike, we want it to be basically a like, at least for like the newly proposed thing. We want it to basically be like what do we want to double hit stun for evasion and integrity, or do we just want to double it for integrity? Because we could always have the upgrade be like, because part of the upgrade could always be that it could actually deal damage now, or it could be
strike itself. I was thinking for as far as feats go, it's not going to have feat upgrade. I was saying as far as that goes, it's just a matter of you just you can invest into it at the same method as move creation, except it is a 1.5 time cost.
Yeah. Well, one of the reasons I want to ask about that is because I know there was discussion about making it so that way for strikes you could use weaponry and the like. It was like in the description of it.
Yeah, that's something that might be a feat upgrade itself. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we may also, well, no, yeah, that'll be fine to be included.
Did I hear
Delphox Boss? This stream is sponsored by Delphox.
Did I just hear a feat? Continue. Gotta add some little comedy in there every so often.
All right, but yeah,
I vote.
What else? What?
I vote we could start going over some of the feats, or not feats, maneuvers.
I was about to say, like, we're gonna go over some maneuvers now.
Yeah. Does that movement maneuver sound good to you?
Maneuvers. What are maneuvers specifically? Like more definition of them. Sounds good.
So part of the thing that I want to be careful about, like with that wording at least, is like, what if you have a movement speed that is higher than 30?
As far as that goes, that will not be available without feats.
We currently have that on move things, like where you can increase your movement speed.
Okay, well, with that, I will also say it is. I specifically put in there by default.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say, like, for things like that. Because, like, you know, obviously,
And in
I
the
feel like
box
that's just
here,
something.
I'll put in. There. Make sure you account for armor and other movement penalties, as well as buffs that increase your movement.
Yep. Sounds good.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I'm just over here fidget spinnering while I wait for something I can input on. But I am taking this in. I am agreeing with this. Sounds good so far.
So, maneuvers are something that you should definitely read through, Rex.
Oh,
You
is
should
it
be
gonna
reading
with
through.
combos?
You should really be reading through the document, anyways, on a regular basis.
As all of you should. Everybody
Yeah.
in the chat. Read.
Oh my god, the Starlight players really killed me with that.
But a lot of questions. It's gonna happen. But I bet you've been going through a lot more questions now that you've added more to the book.
No.
Oh, like older stuff.
So you know how we even made it, you know how we even made it like a big deal to mention, oh hey, we have proper armor rules now.
Yes,
Hey, bro, we got proper armor.
Yes.
We put out multiple announcements about it. No one in the Starlight game knew that we had armor. Or if they did know, they didn't read through it.
Oh, at least you feel a little less bad about missing days sometimes.
I see.
Well, this has been kind of a thing that they've been doing. I should say, because yeah, even when we were doing Poke Roll, like they had no clue, absolutely no clue what the actual like rules were most of the time. Like I was the one generally like letting everyone know, hey, this is the rule. Everyone, this is supposed to be the rule. This is supposed to be how it works.
Reminder to read the books, people, please.
Yeah.
I specifically, because it's like I don't want people to have to scroll through the entire document and reread it all every time looking for what's new. So that's why we've got the highlights. It's like this is 2 weeks old. This is done this week. That was done 3 weeks ago. Like I've got all of these highlights specifically so you could just scroll through it and only read what's new. And then I've got stuff that's highlighted in orange for what's still in progress. And
Razor, your scar spiraling, please. You're good. Read the green, everybody. Read the green.
I make it as easy as possible, and people still don't read it.
Big hug, Razor. Big hug.
But yeah, no, it was it was a bit of a thing because like I thought I had like a bit of a knockout question because like part of the tradition for Starlight is that like every session begins with like a question for the players / characters, and the one that I asked was, oh hey, now that we have armor rules, are you looking at picking up armor for your character? Which is like, that should be like a bit of a knockout question because it's like you could tell a lot about the character based on like, oh hey, are they looking at picking up armor? Like what kind of armor are they looking into? All that sort of stuff. Yeah, none of them had read the armor rules.
And then
multiple didn't even know that we had armor rules.
And then we had some of them that were not happy about us asking about stuff to do with mechanics.
Oh, really?
And it's like, this wasn't even necessarily about the mechanics. It was just topical because we now have armor mechanics.
Yeah.
It is a character thing about whether you use armor or not.
Yeah, like, are you looking at using armor? Like, this wasn't like, what do you think about the armor rules? It's, are you looking at picking up armor for your character?
this is how armor will work if you do it for your character. So you
Well,
need
no,
to
we didn't
know.
even bring that up. We didn't even
Oh,
bring
really?
that up. No, it was literally, the question was, are you looking at picking up armor for your character?
Oh, that's it. Oh, well then that's silly. That's my good input on that now.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, this will be a great question. Like, you know, like it'll tell you about the character. It basically pokes them to go, by the way, we do have proper armor rules now in case you didn't look at it. We have armor rules, like, just letting you know.
Doesn't sound like that's on y'all. They sound probably, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. It's just, I know. This is just, you know, burr.
Well, let's see. Regarding the these one you were talking about just now, not the armor, but you know, maneuvers.
Yeah.
I may be cheating and reading and stuff myself right while we're talking.
I honestly don't even mind. I have the document up. Zim has the document up.
I had the document up, but apparently that window crashed.
Oh.
It might have been while Discord was having its diva fit or something. I don't know.
I think so. The Excel sheets are still open, all 32 of them.
Nice.
Hey, the forum's still open too. Now it's closed.
This might be perfect for something I had in mind, because I wanted to do... Are you familiar with that one Pokemon that has like a very kind of martial artist style, but he's like very Shaolin? He looks like like a ferret or something. I forget what his name is.
You mean Mind Shao?
Mind Shao, yes.
That's Ciel. Ciel is a Mind Shao.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, yeah. I was thinking...
That's Casa's
You know
father.
what's funny? You know what's really bad? I imagine them as an Abra in my head a lot of the time. I forget they're a Mind Shell because they don't ever have that vibe of a Mind Shell. So I always think they're just like a derpy Abra that just doesn't know how to be a dad correctly, but also has all those stuff going. But yeah, I really got to get that in mind. But yeah, like a Mind Shell, like that kind of fighting style. Would the maneuvers be something that would be good for something like that if somebody wants to fight more, but in like a defense? I'm looking at that brace, and that seems like what Mind Shell would do if you wanted to be a defensive fighting style where you're doing more parrying, counters, dodges.
Well, parry's a different thing.
Yeah, got you. This one's more
so
like
there's also a different one for dodging. Bracing is like
ready to get hit. Yes.
Yeah, bracing for the hit. It renders you immune to critical hits. There's another one where it's dodge. And what it does is it raises the difficulty to hit you by 1 and increases your evasion score.
Okay.
So basically it means that, like, you know, if they'd normally be hitting you on 7s, they'd instead be hitting you on 8s.
I see.
If they're...
Good for tanking.
Yeah, so it's basically the counter to someone using a stab move on you. So if it would normally be stab instead at 6s, now it's back up at 7s. But you're having to use an action to cause that to happen.
Don't worry, I will be testing this specifically.
Yeah. Brace's special thing is that you can't get crit. You cannot get critically hit.
I wish I had this during the last episode. I would have loved to be able to brace.
We have okay, Rex. Do you see any green?
Oh no, I was meaning like other stuff. I guess brace. Yeah, I could have braced. I could have braced a little harder. I did use my integrity to kind of to block.
I thought you did brace.
Did I?
I think you did.
Rex, it was available.
It was.
You could have done that.
You could have braced.
I honestly thought he did. I could have sworn he did. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I could have sworn we had this conversation during that time.
I think so too. I was thinking it wasn't in like depth with the maneuver part, but yeah, I was using my integrity and I did like use it to stop from getting hit as hard.
Yemen says that
Chomper did brace.
Okay.
Yeah, no, like I didn't even
else,
remember in particular. I was just more sitting there like, Chomper, you could have just used it. I mean, because you're talking about how you wish you had it. It's like, okay, well, you did.
I mean, I don't think maneuvers is something that you have to buy. I think that's something.
Yeah, no, maneuvers are just things that everyone can do. There's upgrades to maneuvers that'll be feats that you can eventually buy that we're gonna make, but
cool.
I will also say that we have plans for As far as what you were talking about earlier, those would be martial arts. We have plans for that at some point. But that will be a separate system.
Oh, dang it. I guess that's what I'm actually gonna...
Also,
That's
it'll
what-
use the melee skill. Martial
Yes.
arts uses melee.
Really?
Yep. That's been in the rules since day one.
I thought, okay, yeah, the whole conversation with melee and everything was with weapons and stuff, but okay, gotcha.
Yeah, well, melee is for train. Brawl is for things like just using a move. If you're just using a move, it's going to be using brawl.
Brawl is an innate ability. Melee is something that you're trained for.
Yeah.
Martial arts are something that you don't wake up one day knowing karate.
True.
That's true.
You can still punch somebody with brawl. It's just for the special mechanics that will be included with martial arts, it's not going to be the same.
Yeah. Because it's the difference between knowing how to throw a punch and being trained in a style of martial arts.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically the concept, but my brain was going melee. You're using it for weapons, but it's like your fists are a daily weapon too. You're learning how to use them better.
Yeah, you're learning how to use your body as a weapon effectively.
Yeah. So I get it. I get it.
Yeah. But yeah, that's been yeah. But okay, so in terms of the other maneuvers, let me go ahead and go.
Next one up on the list would be combos. This is page
Yay!
59.
Yep.
My favorite combos.
I do like to touch the everything.
The bagel?
Yes.
I
The
do.
everything bagel.
Yay.
It's delicious and touchable.
Touch.
Razor, can I touch the bagel?
I already
I hear
ate
a
the
no.
bagel.
Wait, what? Oh, dang it. No wonder you have all the multiverse powers. You ate the dang everything bagel.
But it was
Well.
so delicious and tantalizing and everything.
All right, well, enjoy your eons of controlling alternate space.
What?
It's a great
Okay.
campaign. You should watch it.
So, looking at the possible maneuver rework suggestions.
Rank up. Hold the line. This hamlet shall not
Hey there,
fall.
Talon Wolfen.
Greetings.
Just
Oh.
add water.
You need tap water.
Hey there, Talon. How was your stream? Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? You guys have come into the middle of our Scar dev discussion. We're working on our Scar system, or stories and creatures and other in alternate realities. And yeah, it's a tabletop system I've been working on for over a year now. Coming along well.
Yeah,
Currently on combos.
So,
Yay, combos.
what I was about to say, you wrote here, we may want to figure out or specify a way that combos can be disrupted. Vayne was successfully to successfully use his move that applies bound to someone in the combo before it can go off. Does that kill off the entire combo, or does it just remove that one individual from the equation?
Another question would be if it would remove everything in the combo after that. Because, like, you know, the idea behind the combo was that it's like, you know, like a successive chain of attacks that are basically like meant to combine and overwhelm like an opponent. But because it's delaying the action, what happens if the action gets disrupted?
I like this concept. I'm imagining like something like Persona or something you lock in everybody one at a time or something like that. You know, they're ready for it, but you got to have the whole party. Otherwise, you don't do the team attack. So,
Well,
Well, that's why I'm questioning the.
I'm guessing. I guess it kind of depends on how the combo would structure. Yeah, 'cause
You were breaking out, Raharu.
Testing.
You're doing better now.
Okay. I was saying that I guess it would depend on how the combo would is structured.
Yeah, which is why I want to like get this sorted while we're discussing combo moves.
I say that disabling one member of the combo will not disrupt the entire combo. It will just remove that individual from it.
All right.
Yeah,
Because, like, for example, we've got Chomper, Paz, and Vayne doing a combo. Vayne's putting in Gust, you got Chomper and Paz using Water Gun, and say Vayne gets removed from it. Paz and Chomper can still combine their Water Gun, even though Vayne is not able to contribute the Gust. Plus, it would feel bad if it's like, okay, the entire party is set up to do this. They're all ready to go. They've all skipped their turns in order to do it. And the last person in the chain just got disabled, and
I have an idea.
Everybody's turns have
Well,
been
that's
wasted.
also why I asked if it would be everyone that would appear in the combo, quote unquote, after the individual if that got disrupted. That's also why I was asking that. But yeah.
What were you gonna say?
Neat little input is I love the system that rewards you for being creative. I think this should also be maybe a case that you should be rewarded if you stop something with a counter like that. Like you see somebody, they're charging up a beam. There's a mage in the back just charging up everybody else with their power up, so that way they can amplify the blast, and everybody else is the part of the blast. Well, say Vayne sees the one charging it up, like, oh, you're the problem, and he takes out that one. Well, he took out the main charge up of the attack. Should the attack still go off? Yeah, sure. They're still going to attack him, but it's going to be a lot less. Because he took out the prime target, I think it'd be like a big negative. Like you get like a -3 to a roll, -2, or like a bigger bonus to his debuff of his neutralization of the attack. Kind of like how you'd get a big buff for teaming up and being creative. That's how I think it should work out anyway.
Yeah, like I was saying, like it would depend on how the common is structured. Like there could be somebody that's kind of pivotal to the move going off.
Kind of like how we boosted. Like who was the one pushing when we did the charge, the ski charge?
Squirrel.
That was Squirrel.
Yeah. So the person given all the force, if they got taken out, that would be a bigger detriment to the move. Therefore, a bigger negative, a bigger,
Yeah, but that isn't something that we can codify, really.
Yeah.
No. Which is more the discussion right now.
Yeah, it would be something that it is hard to fight.
Yeah, which is also why I was asking, like, would it remove everyone? Like, obviously, like, in initiative. It's a little bit hard, but that's why I was like trying to ask, like, what happens in this scenario, because this isn't even like some like strange random edge case scenario. This is something that could very feasibly easily happen. So that's why I wanted to check on it.
I'm thinking of base negative.
I think the simple solution of having the one person just not contribute is good enough.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to punish other people for somebody rolling bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you never want to punish you never want to punish a player for bad luck.
Yeah, it is probably for the best, and it keeps things from going too complicated, because if we even try doing something like this, it would just overcomplicate things.
Understand that one.
Yep. But yeah, obviously this is like a big thing that we have to iron out for it. But yeah. Because it's better to have this discussion now than in the moment when a combo gets like, like disrupted somehow like this, and that it's just like, fuck, what happens?
Anyways, if you add too much of a negative to it, players are going to be de-incentivized from even trying.
Yeah.
Or even any negative, because you're already taking a risk and people are holding their turns and people are prepping for it. So if failure means that other people get or nothing happens, it's kind of a kick to the shin.
Yeah.
Not to mention, it can create animosity between players. It's like, well, damn it, why couldn't you have rolled better? I have seen things like that before.
Yeah.
It's not fair at all, but it happens.
Yeah, and being the player that generally has the worst rolls ever, yeah, I don't control those.
Storyteller curse.
Yeah, there's a curse if you're a storyteller where as a player from there on out you just roll absolute garbage. One of my characters' average roll over the lifetime of his character on a d20 is 7.
Jesus.
Damn.
That's a
used
pretty
to be
big
5.
deviation.
Yeah.
Roll 20 is evil as well.
Oh yeah, roll 20 is actually just Satan.
Yes. But yeah, his average roll was 5. Then the GM gave me an item that allowed me to re-roll on certain things that upped my average to 7. Without that, it would still be a 5.
There's a reason. There are multiple reasons why I don't use Roll20. But yeah, that their rolling system I have seen is absolutely not balanced.
No, and I actually know how to cheat it too.
Whereas for like, at least in what I've seen of Fantasy Grounds, it does seem to be very well balanced. It does seem to be actually physics based. Not as much as, tabletop sim, but
Oops, all ones.
Oops, all ones.
Oh my god, that was ridiculous.
I kind of want to see a clip of it now. Whatever happened.
Oh,
no, it was the whole night.
It was
the players were
damn.
just rolling ones
That's silly.
constantly.
Yeah, the curse of ones. Uno. You're playing Uno. So many ones. Oh man, that must have been bad.
It was bad enough that Whiskers drew art of it.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
We're at number
Wait.
1. Everybody's
Dude,
crying.
could I see that art? If anybody has it, I'd love to see it.
It's the emote I just dropped. But I can also throw it in media sharing.
Oops.
Or art. Where do you want it, Tim? Art share? Media share?
Art share. And I'll bring it up on stream after you drop it in there.
Sweet.
But yeah, I think that overall the balance around combo is obviously fine because it shouldn't be able to crit, but we already have that, so I think we're good on that front. I just wanted us to make sure that we ironed out the case of disruption because oh my god, if that happened mid-session, that would immediately put a halt to every single bit of momentum as the next half an hour is just spent discussing what the fuck happens. So
This picture's
There
great.
you go. I put it up. I brought it up on stream.
Oops, all once. The cereal brand. That's great.
Amazing.
Yeah. I felt so bad, but it was still kind of funny.
It was understandable.
And they rolled really high on initiative, just nothing else.
Oh, poor.
How did that
Poor
encounter
fellas.
end as?
They still won. I definitely tried to kill them, but they played smart, thankfully.
Oh.
That's so good. That's good.
Saw another cute picture with some doggos reading books. Look at the lore of that one. That was awesome.
We
Oh,
sold
that's
this brand at my store, but it was a critical failure.
Damn.
I accept your dad joke as canon.
Thank you, Ryan.
That is a canon event.
Your contribution is acceptable.
But yeah. Anyone else have anything they want to bring up in regards to combo moves?
I want to touch it.
Side thing, Rex. Your channel
Yeah.
change, is that all manually triggered or is it automated or on your channel?
Manually triggered.
Is it randomized what gets changed or?
No, not really. I just kind of go oh, I feel like this, or I'm gonna pick that one. I just kind of randomly just throw one out there when I do a redeem like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I might send somebody your way to get some advice on that.
Okay. No problem. I have a very lax way of doing things, and it may not be the most optimal, but it's definitely I go by the idea of enjoy yourself, have fun, and make it as fun for the audience but also as easy on yourself as possible. So I don't know.
Understandable.
Oh, I just thought of something that is a bit important relating to combo moves. Let's say someone is weak to fire, and there's a combo move between 3 different fire types. Does it reduce difficulty on damage 3 times because it's technically fire type?
Damn.
Hey, Varian. Okay. What was that, Vane?
Okay, so because of how the combo move typing thing works, let's say someone is weak to fire, and 3 people do a combo move, all of which contribute fire. That move is now technically fire type. Does it reduce difficulty 3 times?
No.
Alright. We should probably make sure to note stuff like that then.
Could we give it some kind of other minor bonus, like it causes a burn, guaranteed or something?
No.
Dang.
Use the Pathfinder method. You can only get difficulty reduced by a type of method once in a given roll.
Yeah, well then that means that, like, it would be something like, someone would do, like, a bunch of different things that you're weak to, and then now all of a sudden it's a difficulty 4.
So the way it's going to work is that it's going to be the same system as what we've currently got. So it would be up to a maximum of ×2 for weakness. And it will be a combination of everything involved. So, you got somebody that you're using fire type, an electric type, and flying type against a grass type. The electric type will cancel out one of the fire types because it's, resistant to electric. And then the remaining super effective one will do the overall reducing. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure, like, what the rules on that were. For obvious reasons.
Shadow Wolf, that's the way it works, is that all of the damage is combined together. So the damage is going to be stacked.
Which is the big benefit of it all.
Yeah.
One thing that we could do is that, like, everyone rolls their damage, because I know we already kind of do this, but, like, everyone rolls their damage contribution and just does the damage based on their own individual contribution and then totals it at the end. To, like, remove, like, a lot of the complications. So that way, like, let's say, you got a fucking, like, let's say someone's using a move that's strong, that's super effective, another one's using another one that's resistant. The one that's super effective will roll damage in accordance with their move and their super effectiveness, and then the other will roll damage at a resist, and then they total all their damage together. And it's one move. One thing of damage, so integrity only works once.
Yeah, I kind of like that idea. Just, yeah. Each type that's going into it, they roll their own and then tally up how much it is. Yeah, I like that.
Yep. That way, because they're going to be rolling their own dice anyway.
So if they're resistant, you're rolling at an increased difficulty for your damage contribution. Makes sense to me.
And that way, like, someone's double weak or double resistant to your contribution of the combo, like, you aren't going to kneecap the rest of the group's damage.
Remember we had a thing about this when it came to, like, the attack being fire type, but everybody helping was not attacking; they were kind of helping. Like just as a random example.
But it was. I feel like this is probably, like, one of the best ways to properly handle it without it
overcomplicating it.
Yeah, overcomplicating. Like, everyone Everyone is treated like a individual. Congratulations. Like, everyone just rolls their damage contribution independently and totals it at the end. Can anyone think of anything else to do with combo moves and possible edge cases?
Fortunately, not right now. I'm going into brain off mode, unfortunately.
Understandable.
Anything would change with involving healing or anything like that? Just throwing out possible
Oh,
problems.
right. So healing will not be possible during it, but we should probably consider status effects.
Oh, I figured that because, like, it would just combine all into it, it would have those status effects all at the end.
Okay.
Basically acting like a move that inflicts multiple status effects at the end.
Okay.
And the DC would probably... You know what? Because we're already having damage be rolled independently and then totaled, we'll probably, have the... I don't know about, having all the DCs be added together into one big DC, but, Because that seems like it'll just get abused instantly. Because the DC for it is based off of the thing, so it might just be that the DC for each effect is based off of the successes that go into that contribution.
Yeah, sounds good. There is another bit of an edge case to consider. Things that are neither status nor damage and whatnot, such as teleport. Because I can see... well, the example there would be, say, the Abra grabs the Riolu, teleports him up into the sky, and drops him on the enemy. I could see benefit with that as a combo, but
yeah.
The question is, what mechanical impact would that have? Do we want to just leave that to Creative Solutions, or...
I was going to say, we just leave that to Creative Solutions. Because you're not... there wouldn't be a damage roll, but it's a Creative Solution, so you would get Creative Solution bonuses.
Sounds good.
And because it's a Creative Solutions bonus, you can choose whether or not that Creative Solution bonus is going to go in on the accuracy stage or the damage stage. So you could either try and get some additional insurance that the combo will hit, or you could have it possibly hit a bit harder. So,
I like that idea.
But yeah, I feel like leaving it to Creative Solutions is best because that's already an established system that people know how it works.
Sounds good.
And it requires... It's going to basically stop, additional rules bloat. There won't be another mechanic that happens just in combo moves. Instead, it'll be, oh, hey, this is a Creative Solution. Use Creative Solution system for bonuses.
Sounds good. Alright, let me write all this up.
Be right back.
Thought you were going to throw a paw for a second there. Oh, speaking of paws, I got to do my dailies. Let's see. I'll do that on the side. I'll make sure I'm mute though. I won't be making noise.
Dailies for what?
The animal party.
Party animals? I was planning to do that later.
Oh.
Yep. Party animals is up after we are done with Scar stuff for the day.
Oh, what time y'all plan on doing that? So I can keep it in mind.
Probably after I finish this combo section.
Oh,
We've been going for about 4 hours now, and you know, I try not to push it past when my inspiration allows, so I don't get burned out. So, and
Okay.
I can feel it starting to wane.
There. Well, everybody, posture check, drink some water, stretch out, you know, all that good stuff. Flex your balls. Yeah. All right. Just did a little bit of Pokemon Unite today. That was a little fun. Other than that, relaxing. Seeing some friends locally that
One sec.
you know.
Duffings is sending love to everyone.
Oh, thank you for the love you do.
Aw, big hugs to you. Yeah, so I can't hear the things anymore. So if I talk over your cards, no ill will. I don't mean to. You know me, usually quiet during those.
Whenever the main PC is back, that'll be fixed.
Yep.
Then I can hear myself say all the things again. Stream is brought to you by Fox Balls. Shadow Wolf says, "What's your take on art trades for you and your art friends?"
We're open to art trades. I don't do art myself, but the artists that I manage for are open to art trades, but it kind of depends on what you're offering and, you know, things like that for whether we'd accept it.
I'm not going to do it tonight, but Tal, did you want me to send it to you or send the guide chart to you first, or do you want me to just hold off until Thursday and do a full proposal?
Go ahead and send it to me first anyway, because I'll happily look it over and, you know, we can put it together for Zim.
Okay. Because I have an idea of how to make it work in a constructive manner, I think.
Ooh.
Without giving out too much experience and doing this is candy. Here's a bunch of candy. Here's my giant bowl of candy dump.
Also, I'm pretty sure we just gave Zim, like, shutters.
Nope.
Just over here vibing.
Oh, you're not gonna be suddenly busy?
Nah, not for this. It's not math.
Okay.
Well, you see, my concept uses a...
I was about to say, bold of you to assume that we're going to turn this into math.
Oh no! Do I have to go for a little bit? Sounds
No.
like it's about to
Absolutely
not
not.
commitment.
I am tugging you right next to me. And you're suffering through it with me.
I want a math.
It's okay, I'll simplify it into a non-mathematical solution. It'll just be based off math.
All right. Do your worst.
Okay, so what I was thinking is...
Oh, no. Sorry. I was joking. Oh boy, word problems.
Bold of you to joke around me and Era about that.
Mathematical. It's gonna be Rex's new quote next time he's with Pain. Can we just push math to another day? Like never, says Merle.
You guys realize that half the system requires us to do a lot of mathematics to make sure things are pre-balanced. That way, when you play test it, it actually is balanced, right?
It's like RPGs have math all the time.
You guys do know that, like, basically throughout the entire development of this game, of this system, I've literally just been sitting here doing math by myself, trying to make sure it works.
Chat was 2 + 2.
I've also
PNGs are
started
on
mathing things out, but I didn't have to do it all because Talderius already did it all, which is nice, because I would have done it way slower.
If you have 5 chestnuts and Chomper eats 3 of them, how many do you have left? That's
2
right,
chestnuts
none.
and dead.
I was about to say 0.
I ate the chestnuts while you're answering the question.
That was going to be my answer as well.
Mine was going to be 2 chestnuts and an unconscious Chomper.
Yeah, that's also. Oh, just think about it this way, Rex. I'm getting towards I'm gonna mute. I gotta go talk to Holo real quick. Be right back.
Okay. Enjoy.
Nom 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 on Chomper.
I think the for a feed upgrade for the combo, perhaps instead of adding extra dice, perhaps we should allow more people to be able to participate. We can default it to 2 people, and then if everybody involved has the feed upgrade, then they can participate as well.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, the only downside is that's a teamwork feat, and everybody has to take the teamwork feat.
Well, yeah. However, the other thing is that it's not like other teamwork feats where like you get marginal benefit. This is teamwork feat to absolutely fucking alpha strike some jackass.
True.
Yeah.
That is way more impactful than most teamwork feats will ever be.
Yeah, most teamwork feats are like, hey, you and your friend get +1. Woo! Whereas in this, it's, okay, you're throwing fireball, you're throwing lightning bolt, you're throwing a blizzard. Let's all just BAM!
Oh, try attack, I see.
Yeah, basically.
Because the way the combo is that it is everybody's using their own method of attacking as part of it. And
yeah, I know. I just want to make sure to avoid the teamwork feat pitfall.
Yep. Yeah, this is going to be way more impactful than any sort of like normal teamwork feat. This is like just straight up like, oh hey, by the way, you guys want to alpha strike this jackass? Yes, okay. There's kind of a difference, yeah.
And this way, it keeps it from. It helps for storytellers to balance as well, because without that upgrade, if we didn't have that as the upgrade, we could have literally the entire team of 5 to 7 players, or however many you've got, all putting in their attacks in together. That's going to overwhelm the integrity of anything.
So what you're saying is we definitely need to get feats done.
Yeah. That's why, like, once we're done with maneuvers, the next thing up, like, that's going to be group discussion is feats.
I know, I might also be taking a jab at them.
I'm always for the special feats, so it's all good.
Don't worry, feats have been on the docket as high importance for the past year.
I am working as fast as I can.
I can still poke you. I can still poke you all I
don't think you guys understand how many hours I put into working on this.
No, I think I do.
Poke.
Like, literally, once everybody goes to bed, I spend a good 1 to 2 hours every night working on stuff for this.
Yeah, I don't normally work on the main doc because Zim wants to keep it like written by him, so that way it's like consistent as much as possible. But yeah, I spend quite a while just doing math for this shit.
Which makes it easy because I'd take twice as long because I don't have as much time.
Yep.
Demon, that is an excellent question. What happens if an auto hit attack is part of a combo with a non-auto hit attack?
Yes. So the thing is that you bypass accuracy. You do not it's an automatic success. However,
it's an automatic success for you. Only.
Yeah, it's an automatic success for you. What we could have them do is, like, for example, one thing we could do, because this is like a little bit edge casey but not much. I was considering this actually. which is you roll successes like normal, and that adds to the combo part of it, but no matter what, your part of the combo like will hit, and like even if the rest of it misses. Or we could just have it be that, like, you know, you don't contribute to the accuracy of it, but you contribute to the damage of it always, and you ensure that even if the combo doesn't hit, it will deal damage.
I kind of like that idea where you're guaranteed hit. While it may not help the overall combo hit, you'll still at least be able to do some damage.
Alright.
Because it is... The overall combo is a all pass or all fail on hitting. So if you're not contributing to the all hitting, you can at least still contribute with damage, even if the overall combo fails.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, good news. Seems like we'll have Matteo for the party animals. Sweet.
Oh,
yes,
wonderful.
I was going to message. He asked me to message him when we're ready for that.
Yep.
I just poked as well, so I'm doing the same.
Wonderful.
Alright. I guess we're wrapping this up, so I'm just gonna go ahead and go off, eat something.
Well, I'm
Have a
still
good day.
finishing up writing up the combo stuff,
okay.
but...
Okay.
Yeah, as soon as this is done, I'm gonna dip and watch Husband Hotel because I am
Yes.
tired and I need to finish that so that way I
Yes.
stop getting
What
spoiled.
episode are you on?
Please
I've only
watch
watched
it all.
the first two.
I want to play music and talk about it. It was
Hey,
great.
look, if he's watched the first two, at least we could talk about Stayed Gone, so at least there's that.
Oh
Big John
yeah.
is- yep, was in there, yes. And I've already seen the music. I've seen all the music.
Yeah.
Love it.
But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and hop off. I'll take a peek at the combo thing, and I'll just do my normal thing where I just take a snippet of a problem I notice and send it to you so you can fix it.
Have a good dinner.
Sounds
Tal.
good.
Have a good dinner, Tal.
Yep.
Hi, Talderius.
He will. He never said what he was gonna eat. Dang it! I was gonna ask. Now I have to be curious the whole time.
Don't worry. It will be fine.
Oh, Lionheart, you do? I actually was interested to see how people thought about that. For me, it's hard to say. I think overall I like Has Been Hotel more, but I do like Hell of a Boss how it is right now. Like I like it a lot. I could say I even prefer it as a show. Like I'd want more of that than Has Been for some reason, just because I haven't finished Hell of a Boss and I want to see that finished.
Hell
But
of a
what
Boss is good.
But Has Been it feels really nice. Like the story it's telling is really nice, and it's very much more polished than Hell of a Boss. At least at the beginning, it's gotten there now. It's gotten to where Has Been Hotel is at now. But it takes for me 2 or 3, 4 actually, 5 episodes for it to get really kicking. You know what I mean? And I don't say that about Has Been. From episode 1 and 2, I was good. The pilot was just kind of weaker than I would like. But that's just
I would
me. I'm just
absolutely
fine.
agree that the pilot for Has Been Hotel was better.
Yeah.
But man, did Hell of a Boss turn into something.
Yeah.
I've not seen either, but I'm kind of tempted to do so after hearing you guys talked about it so much.
Oh my goodness, you need to watch Hell of a Boss because
do.
it's really good and free on YouTube.
Okay.
Hello Boss is free on YouTube.
Vivzy Pop did an amazing job with that.
Agreed.
Okay. I'll think. I'll ponder on it. But thanks for the recommendation.
If you want a side note, the voice actor that did Zim and Invader Zim is doing one of the characters in the series.
Whoa,
Great
really?
job. Yeah, they've gotten the dude who I forget his name. He played Boondock Saints. He was in Walking Dead. You're gonna figure it out. He's also in there as a character for a little bit.
That's
We got a lot of good voice actors.
That's cool. Fair enough. Okay then.
You're going to recognize the voice right away if you hear the pilot. Every episode afterwards, it's not as recognizable. So watch the pilot first. The pilot isn't great, but it's okay. But then the series itself is amazing.
It was
Okay.
entertaining enough. It's just that it's one of those shows that you don't really feel what it's offering until you really get into it. Which is kind of like, I hate to have to be that guy that tells you, yeah, you only it gets good after you watch it for a while. It's like, but this is true. They get better at what they're doing as it goes.
It was very much, the pilot was like, definitely a pilot. Very loud, I'm a pilot.
Yeah.
Episode 1 is like, okay, I get the feeling of what is actually supposed to be going on. I wish this was a pilot. Episode 2 is like, okay, I can get into this. And episode 3 is like, what the fuck is going on?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It suddenly shifts and it's like, oh, there's actual stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
There is payoff. And it's okay. I'm gonna say the same thing. But yeah, I agree.
Agreed. Okay. I think you guys have convinced me. I'll if I don't forget, I'll go ahead and watch it.
Yeah, have fun. I wish I could like reset my brain and rewatch it again. Then again, I'd probably watch Has Been Hotel a bunch of times. The music in it is amazing throughout the whole damn thing. So yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, and I think I'm gonna hop off. For a bit myself. I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Later, dude. Catch you later.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice hanging out with you guys.
Hey, yeah, so you. Same thing.
Yeah.
Fist of Fury, DD, even louder snowing. What? Oh, a quote. That's the Invader Zim BA character. Funny enough, that's not even my favorite voice actor. I really like the dude who plays Blitzo. Like,
yeah, so do I. He's been able to convey a lot of emotion. I do like whoever's voice acting Stolas. Because voice acting and singing is hard to do, and he nails it every time.
Yeah, you can tell he's like really reaching, and he's doing. I like that kind of singing. When like you can tell they're not like professional, the best ever probably or something, but they're like really giving it their all. I don't know. I like it. Let's see. I actually want to karaoke some of the songs.
Do I want to karaoke the songs? Maybe. I know that if I do Loser Baby, I have to do that.
Oh, please!
I have to do that with Keith.
Loser Baby. Oh, God. Yeah. Are you going to do that with a guitar?
I looked up the chords for it. It's not too hard, but the cadence is a little weird. So we'll see. I've only seen one example.
Okay,
of the
I
guitar
cannot
for that.
focus on this, so I think we're gonna call it here.
Okay.
The side conversation's kind of throwing me off.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. We can pause it. Would you like to join in? I know we just got done watching it together, so I feel...
But thank you everybody for joining us today for this DevTales stream. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They are on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as bringing in your friends, subscribing to our YouTube, and grabbing packs of cards through Stream Loots. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Duke, keep it rad.